Mic mic check. Okay, so picking up after a few days off, like a week, and I have to, I guess like this is the part where most people would have like their little timer set up and they would be getting everything set up. But like, you know, I'm not there yet, it's, whatever. So you have to wait a minute for your stream will show up. It takes like a solid minute. But anyway, I'm gonna get VS Code ready. So CD Canasta. Finally fixed all of my internet issues. I had to do a lot of stuff to get it fixed. Actually went and bought a new modem and router and all that stuff, and the Wi-Fi adapter, and tested everything. Come to find out it was actually the cord. I like yanked on it a little bit. It runs under my house and it's like kinked up under there, and I didn't realize it. Pulled on it a little too hard, and so I had to figure all that out, and then ended up getting a new cord and installing it, and I ended up going from like 3 megabytes per second speed to like almost 100 megabytes per second, which is what it's supposed to be. It's actually supposed to be 300 if I connect directly to from my modem to my computer, but since I go through my router, it's like divides it. Megabytes per second. Okay, now it's showing here. Just delete that part. There we go. Okay. There we go. Alright. So now we can go ahead and start working. Where we left off is, I remember I was like basically done with the data transfer, the timestamp for data transfer organization system, and let's open up devlog, and okay, so here. So server, client. We're just going to be working with server and client, I think, for a little bit. I redid my monitor settings, and it's like, it looks way better, but something's a little bit off. It's like, I think my contrast is a little too high or something. I'm trying to let it cook, and then I'm gonna like figure out. I think it's the sharpness, or maybe no. I think it's like the contrast. It's something. I'll have to mess with it a little more. So we're starting at 11. So it's actually been like 8 days. Been really busy with other life things, so I didn't get to code at all. 8 or 9 days, whatever. So we're gonna start off looking here. Hopefully we updated our things to do so we know. Let's check what branch we're on. So we're on the master branch, which that's not actually where we want to be. We actually want to be on the secondary branch. Why would I be on master branch if I like wasn't working from master branch? So I can just keep hitting the up arrow key, and it will scroll through all of my previous terminal entries in order, my terminal commands. And as you can see, today the only ones I did was git branch and CD Canasta, and the last thing I did before that was the git push Canasta secondary. So that was, I pushed to secondary, which is correct. I committed and I checked. I'm always check my branch. Okay, so apparently if you, for whatever reason, it got trapped in that comment when I was scrolling up through it, but I don't think you can push, I don't know, can you push to a different remote repository from like one that's not connected? Don't they have to be connected to your local repository? Oh yeah, look, if the timer went off, y'all all come in here. The timer didn't go off yet? Alright, well when the timer goes off, y'all all have to come in here and start in here. I want y'all... Yeah, so I don't think you can push to a remote repository unless you're connected. Like, for instance, since I'm on master, if I were to try to get pushed to secondary, I don't think it would let me. Like, it has to be set as the upstream or whatever, I think. So let's ask Google. Can you push to a different remote repository than the one your local repository is? I don't really know how to word that. You configure your local repo to push changes to 2 remote repositories, but it says you have to configure it that way. For example, you might want to continue using your existing Git repo while you try AWS code commit. Follow these basic steps to push changes in your local repo to code commit in a separate Git repo. Can you have multiple remote repositories for one local? Remote repository is a version of your project that are hosted on the internet or network somewhere. You can have several of them, each of which generates either read-only or read-write for you. So yeah, you have to do git remote add origin or canasta, whatever the name is, and then the remote. Well, hold on. Git remote add, and then that's just the URL. That is just for like the project, right? That doesn't necessarily denote a particular branch. You check out B branch name. Git push origin, delete branch name, git push origin. I'm like, okay, that's not actually the... Oh, I was reading the... I'm sorry. I was reading the wrong thing. I was reading from this tab. Drop down. Can you push to 2 repositories? Okay, I already read that. To push all the changes to both, Git allows to add multiple push addresses to one origin. To do this, the remote subcommand allows specifically to add a push address. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is one repository but a separate branch. So I guess you can. I want to see real quick. So, okay. First of all, to determine which one is most up to date, I'm gonna look at this because we're on master branch, so this might not be right. This 229, this might not actually be the last time I worked. If we're on master but secondary is the most up to date, then we're gonna do git stash and we'll do git checkout secondary. Just remove them. TMP drive upload 9027. Okay. drive upload. Did I not just do that? Oh no, it's this one. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now we're back on. Wait. What is going on here? Okay, that was scary. I was like, wait, where is everything? Why do we have Canasta log? I thought I deleted all that. There's another one? Like, what's that? This is strange. And then where's text and all that? Okay, something is wrong. Okay. So let me pull up, just check it again. So the last thing we did was git push Canasta secondary. And so let's check our GitHub and see which branch has the latest. Let's go to github.com first. We'll add this bookmark. I've been adding all these bookmarks and just using their icon. It's like on, you know how it is on your phone. It makes it a lot like easier to just click. It saves time. So let's log in, and then we can go to our project. Alright, Zeta! Zeta, go turn the timer off, baby, and y'all all come in here and start cleaning, okay? Start in our bedroom, and then move to the living room, then the kitchen, then the den, then your bedroom, then Kyron's bedroom. I want y'all to do like 15 minutes in each room, so it's gonna be like an hour and a half. Diddy, you need to take your gloves off, your earrings, and you need to just take your dress off and everything for while you clean. Okay, so let's see, where does it show our latest commit? Okay, so it says last week, and then let's check secondary, and it says this one was last week. Let's see, what's the okay, so this is from 2/29, and this shows the changes. I've never actually like done this before. This is my first time looking at this. Okay. Now, let's look at master and see what master's last commit is. So this is like when is the date? Why does it just say last week? I want to see like the exact day and time. Okay, there it is. February 27th at 3:37. February 27th at 3:37. Okay.
That was supposed to be in this room.
27th at 3:37, and then 27th, 3. And this is February 29th. Okay, so secondary has the latest commit.
Look, y'all aren't cleaning in here.
So
Kyra,
no,
your room
yeah.
looks like a damn
No. This is what they do. I got this. They start in here. They do 15 minutes in each
I'm
room.
leaving. They're not on your time. They're on mine.
They can do 15 minutes in each room. No, they destroyed this house.
This house is destroyed over.
They can do 15 minutes in each room.
I'm telling
Dude, that's an hour.
my schedule.
That's an hour and 15.
My time, and I don't want to fucking be here feeling like I'm gonna throw up that long. Okay?
Okay, 10 minutes in each one. That's 45 minutes.
No.
50 minutes.
They need to focus where it's a disaster.
They can do 10 minutes in here.
Things on the floor in here that's gonna take them 20 minutes. They need to go.
Okay, y'all go. Yeah, go to the
disaster.
living room, then do the kitchen, then do the den. Kitchen, living room, den, then the bedrooms. So it does look like that this secondary should be the latest commit, and it shows the proper directory. It shows text as being part of it. So why doesn't it show? Why doesn't it show it when we switch? Let's do git checkout secondary. Okay. I had to grab something. Let's see. What? I'm so confused by this. What? Why do I have? I thought everything was, see, canasta and then main. Oh, okay, so something. Okay, so I see what happened. I think we have the project within the project. So it should just be canasta, and then there shouldn't be anything else. There shouldn't be another canasta.
Somebody needs to start picking up all them damn blocks.
And this is an old name, logger
that's
testing.
A job that you could do, you know, to help.
Yeah, this is like the old project, and then inside of it, I think, is the proper project. Yeah, so this is how it should be. So was it because I changed branches from the inner project directory, and not the outer, like the parent directory? Because it wasn't like this when I pushed from secondary before. And let me see first if for whatever reason I was actually working from master and I thought I was working from secondary and pushed to secondary from master, the local master branch. So this right here is the entire like old version of the project that I had like merged the new version with and rebased the new version on top of. But as far as I knew, everything was correct. Like this was all gone, and then there was just this, which is the actual up-to-date project. Now let's see. Test run test file. Yeah, this is actually the old version. Okay, so this is actually old, and that's why the canasta. So this all came with it. But why? Why did this? Man, I am very confused right now. This is not right. This right here. Let's see. Let's see if this has any of the data transfer modification stuff in it. So I'm going to close out all these files, like every single file real quick. Now we're going to... How did this happen though, man? This is just... I don't know what I did to cause this. I see what happened, but I have no idea how it happened. Basically, the entire old project got imported inside of the new project, or the other way around. I'm trying to figure that out. So let's look at this inner one, and let's go to text and then devlog. So let's see where this one ends. This one ends at 10:25:23. Yeah, so this is the old one. So the old project is this, but this main, I don't think we had main. Things to do, devlog. So this all goes along with the old project. This canasta main testing, because this test reminders ends. Well, I didn't put a date. That's why it's good to have dates on everything. But anyway. And then this text has only devlog and things to do. Man, how the fuck did this happen? How did this happen, bro? I don't know how this happened, man. Okay, I have to fix it. So couldn't I just like delete this whole thing and then pull from the remote? let's see. Let's go to code and then go to secondary. So we have Canasta law. This is last year. Okay. So let's go here. Alright, so then we have the assets. We have main, old new features, testing, and text. And why do we have two assets? 8-bit cards, audio high-res cards, and then this one has the same thing. I don't know why we have two of them. Apparently when I renamed it, okay, so I renamed it and then pushed it, and I guess because I renamed it, it was now its own directory. So instead of, like, since the remote repo already had this capital A assets, instead of replacing this, it just like left it because, you know, I guess I don't know. I figured if you were to rename a directory on the local repository, then whenever you pushed to the associated branch on the remote repo, it would recognize that you did that, and it wouldn't just create another directory, and it would actually it would not have acted in this behavior. I don't understand. Card, client, penless, custom logger. Yeah, so this is the proper testing directory. Logger testing. Oh no, it's got all of it. See, it's got everything in it. Oh man. Okay, so that's what happened when I was pushing to this remote repo. Actually, can you shut that door, please? I mean, I had it closed. Okay. Yeah, so now I see. Whenever I was pushing after the rebase, it wasn't like I didn't do it properly. I guess what I should have done in hindsight was I should have just created I'm sorry, I have to shut this door. Hold on. one time, not unless you gotta use the bathroom. What? Well, I ain't worried about that right now. I'm supposed to be working. Okay, there's pure chaos. Kids are cleaning and they're like turned on music really loud, so I couldn't think straight. So anyway, I think I see what's happened here. I was assuming that whenever I was doing my rebase or merge, whatever you want to call it, that it was basically replacing, like I was replacing whatever I pushed, you know, was just going to replace the remote repo. But that's not what happened. What happened was now it was pushing all the files and the data that was new alongside all of the old data. And that makes sense, like, because now that I'm thinking about, okay, so when I rebased the new data on top of the old data, which was on the remote repository, you know, it just like added that on top of it. So all that stuff, all the old stuff is still here on the remote, even though I had deleted it on the local. Which I don't understand that part. Like, I thought since I rebased it, that is a pull, right? So we pulled, and after the rebase I ended up deleting the old files. Like, I reorganized everything. I deleted the old files. I went through and chose the things that I was gonna keep and the things that I didn't want from the old version. And then I made my commits, and then I pushed to the secondary branch of the remote repository. So I'm just kind of confused as to how the remote doesn't reflect that. I don't really understand. Because the last time I worked on this, when I checked into the secondary branch, everything was fine. There was no double project directory like there is now. There wasn't this weird recursive project directory, because now it's all jacked up. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. So this inner one is the, let's go to devlog and make sure. So this inner project is the old one. So this, nope, this one right here. So this is old. This is not good. I need to get rid of this. I just want to triple check and make sure I have the right file open, the right devlog. Yeah, and it says 10/25/23 is the last date, which is a long time ago. That's when I made the last commit before I did the rebase. So this needs to be deleted right here. So bam, there that goes. Okay, now we have the text here, but this text doesn't contain everything that it should. Because remember, we had we had other testing. We had the what did you call it? Copy method testing, and all that exists on the test copy method and test logging method. See, I had renamed it and everything. I renamed it test copy and test logging. So I'm just like, how did this happen, bro? I changed it to my project to I changed it to private. See, as you can see, this is now private. So there's no way, at least I'm pretty sure, there's no way anyone could have done this. Like, this was something that I did, but I don't understand how, because the last time I worked on it, everything was fine. See, we're missing files in the text. In text, there's no. Let's compare these side by side, and we can see for sure that I'm missing. I had renamed them, these different files. Okay. Yeah, so let's make sure, yeah, we're on the right branch. Let's do git branch here. We're on secondary, so this is local secondary, and then this is remote secondary. And within Canasta we have text, and within text, can't we just like open it up like a regular directory without having to enter into it? Can we just like view it? So text consists of devlog, things to do, and notes. See, and notes is gone. Notes is not there. And then in testing, it should be updated to test logging methods and then test copy methods. Test file should be gone, and it should be test reminders. And it's not there. It's so bizarre. It's just weird. I have no idea whatsoever how that happened. Especially considering all I did, according to my terminal commands, was git push secondary canasta, and then this was the last commit that I made, and that one shows right here 229 11 o'clock to 4:15, 5.25 hours, and it ended with began and almost finished brainstorming the proper way to implement timestamp sorting system. Yeah, and that's exactly what it says. So do I have a misunderstanding of what git checkout does? Is that the problem? Does git checkout actually like pull from the remote? But then it still doesn't reflect the remote, because it doesn't have all these different files like test copy methods and test logging methods. So the more that I think about it, the more bizarre it is. And I'm just wondering, how did that happen? And you know what this makes me want to do even more? This makes me want to back up my project now. I think I'm going to back up my project every single time I'm done with the session, so that when I do my final commit and then my push, I'm going to copy the entire project into a separate directory, so that in the case of this happening, I don't have to like do anything fancy with git. I can just replace the entire project directory on that local branch with the local copy that I have stored on my disk drive. So, but I don't have that. The most current backup that I have right now is gonna be from a couple days prior when I did the rebase, and I really don't want to lose those 2 days worth of data of progress rather. So I think what I'll have to do is, first of all, I want to check and see what git checkout actually does, because I'm wondering if that's not what, somehow that messed me up. Like I said, there's files missing, so I don't understand it either way. Git checkout git checkout. Okay, let's look at the actual documentation on this. So this, it says switches, branches, or restore working tree files. And we didn't use any sort of prefix. We just did straight up git checkout and then the branch. Updates files in the working tree to match the version in the index or the specified tree. If no path spec was given, git checkout will also update head to set the specified branch as the current branch. To prepare for working on branch, switch to it by updating the index and the files in the working tree, and by pointing head at the branch. Local modifications to the files in the working tree are kept so that they can be committed to the branch. Local modifications to the files in the working tree are kept so that they can be committed to the branch. Now I thought it didn't do that. I thought if you, like, that's why you had to use git stash, because it won't let you check out with uncommitted local changes. That's why you had to stash before you do a checkout or a commit. Because the whole point of switching the branch, checking out to a different branch, is it loads that branch's version of the project. So I don't understand what they mean right here. Local modifications to the files in the working tree are kept so they can be committed to the branch. Okay. Check out the current branch was a glorified no-op with a rather expensive side effects to show only the tracking information. Okay, so we didn't do that because then that would I would like to know what happened, because, you know, that's kind of important. If it just like completely ruined my whole project directory, it's kind of a big deal. I don't really want that to happen again. Be right back. Y'all not finishing before? Okay, I'm back. Now, okay, so however this happened, I don't understand, but I'll just go ahead and try to fix it. Checking this devlog, it's up to date, but we're missing the certain files. Let me go back to master and check out. Let me see what we have. Okay, yeah, so this is 227. So yeah, it's definitely not up to date. I just wanted to double check that, and yeah, it's definitely not. So what we need to do is we'll pull, I guess I'll pull certain files, the ones that are missing, and I don't actually know how to do that. I've never actually pulled just a specific file like this, because we'll go directory by, we'll go folder by folder. So assets is going to be good. PyCache we're not worried about. VS Code we're not worried about. TMP drive we're not worried about any of these. Now in this we don't have both of the assets. We only have the capital A assets for whatever reason. I'm gonna rename this to the lowercase assets, and I am just curious as to why there's two. I guess, like I said, when I renamed it and then pushed it, because it had a different name, it left this capital A on the remote and then just added the lowercase one, so we had two. So then main, we're going to be concerned about that, so we'll start off at main and let's check. So we have only client and server. Like, where's all the rest of the files? Where is, card, client, card, custom pen list, custom logger, all these other ones, they're just gone. Like, where did they go? This is weird. I don't understand. Anyway, whatever. I have no idea. Like, I swear the last thing I did was push to secondary remote from secondary local, and everything was fine. There was nothing like this. And then all I did was pull up VS Code today, and I was on the master branch, which is weird because I don't think I wouldn't have checked out to master branch. I wouldn't have done that. I would not have checked out to master. I would have stayed on secondary. I don't ever do that. I don't ever. The only reason I would switch to master is if I pushed to master. But from my terminal history, it doesn't reflect that. It just says that I did a commit. I did an add commit and then a push to secondary. As a matter of fact, I did git branch. Then I checked out to the master branch, and then I checked out back out to secondary, and then I worked on secondary, did git add, yeah, so I was on secondary and I never went back to master after. You have the push, before that was the commit, before that was add, and then before that was when we checked out to secondary, and then before that was when we had checked out to master. So we were on master, we checked out to secondary, we worked on it, then we added, then committed, then pushed to secondary. There was no other checkout to master. So how did I end up on the master branch on my local? Like, how did that happen? Unless somebody else did that working on my project, but I don't have anyone except myself. It's weird. Hey, you got my phone? Open the door so I can have it. No, I want my phone. Why'd you turn my alarm off?
I fucking don't want to hear it, dude.
Time for my anti-inflammatory. Okay. Now. Yeah, I don't know how the hell that happened. That's weird, dude. Whatever. It just makes me wonder, like, if somebody had access to my stuff somehow. And if not that, then how could I have made such a critical mistake that, and then there's just files missing all over. It's weird. Whatever. I'll just to live with it and not know the answer to that, which is very frustrating. Okay. So we're just gonna pull the files one by one, I guess. But I don't know if this is even up to date now. Like, how do I know? Okay. Since it's already messed up, I'm just gonna delete what I know I can delete first. Like log, we don't use that, that's old. This is actually up to date. Things to do is this is probably up to date. It looks actually, I don't think that is up to date. This things to do. Bro, how the fuck did this happen? This is a mystery to me, dude. Let's look at things to do. Yeah, see, this is not up to date. This is because, see this? IDK what this means. After have to ensure. It's not like that here. And this is definitely... Yeah. Okay. What?
I said they didn't finish cleaning when I get back.
Oh, are they still cleaning?
Yeah.
Or are they like pretending?
Data's cleaning. Kyron and Diddy aren't cleaning.
Okay. Hey guys! Man, I tell you what, dude, these kids, you're gonna get an ass whipping, bro.
Alright. No. Everybody, come here. Get out of the den now. Everyone out of the den. Come here. To give y'all one warning and one warning only. Come here. Everyone here. Right here. Everyone right here. Nobody's getting a warning again. Zeta, you're fine because you've been doing it right. Kyron, you're gonna clean. You're not gonna walk around like this, pretending like you're cleaning with a sock in your hand, walk around for a minute. You're gonna go get the bucket. You're gonna bring the bucket in here, and you're gonna start putting away everything, cleaning up like Zeta's doing, making the bed, making everything nice. Okay? You're not gonna get distracted. You're not gonna leave this room until it is 100% done in this room. I mean, don't leave this room. Don't cross that door until this door is done. After you get the bucket. Azriel, same for you. We are not. Hey, look. You go. You don't need to leave here. Don't leave this room until this room is clean. Only when Zeta is done and says it's done. Where you going? No, Kyron's getting the bucket. Kyron got the bucket. You pick up all the stuff and put it where it goes. Organize it, make it nice. But do not leave the room. Do not, repeat this. Do not leave this room until the room is done. If something doesn't belong in this room, you put it at the edge of the room. Okay? So you don't have to spend all this time leaving the room to go put one sock away. Put everything that doesn't belong in the room right by the edge of the door. Or you can put it in the bucket. You can use the bucket. Yeah, just put it by the edge of the door. Right there. Now, finish cleaning up, make the beds, pick this up, the socks, put them where they go. This is where the socks go, Azriel. Azriel, socks go in here. Here's a piece of trash. Like, I don't need to explain this to you guys. You know how to clean. Zeta's not going to do all the work.
What if they're my clothes? My clothes go in my room. You said by the door?
You can put them in the bucket or sit by the door. That's mine.
I'm just
And then look, this goes, that goes, and this is how I want y'all to operate. Once you're done in here, then you go on the rug in the living room. Once everything's done on the rug in the living room, then you go to the kitchen, do the island, clean up the island. Okay, well then y'all are gonna do the island in the kitchen table. All the toys on the kitchen table, all the toys on the island. Zeta's gonna sweep, Zeta's gonna wipe, but y'all are gonna pick up all the trash, etc., etc. You're gonna keep the bucket with you. Once the bucket is full, then you can go put everything that's in the bucket where it goes, and y'all keep going like that, staying together, not leaving the area. If something doesn't belong in the area, put it at the edge of the area or in the bucket
Yeah, set it by the door.
until the bucket is full. Don't make me have to tell you guys again, please.
One more step. Don't pick one thing at a time.
And no talking or arguing, just do what you gotta do.
Yeah, that's you, Tyler.
I expect everything to be clean by the time y'all are supposed to leave. Cause y'all made a severe.
Gonna be gone forever.
Yeah, we should be going long enough for y'all to pretty much finish. Is if y'all actually clean.
Oh, you
Okay.
know why?
Yeah, I know Zeta's gonna do her part.
I like sweeping, and I'm only a little white thing. The one thing that I do
They want to make Zeta do all the work. They want to make Zeta do all the work. What is blame? What is this? What is blame?
I'm not gonna start paying.
Oh, this is for like figuring out who did what, commits and all that. I guess. Blame prior. What is this? What is blame?
Ow! Let go of this thing.
What is it blame?
My head. No, you. Ah! I didn't touch him. He's lying. I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him. He snatched the side of my hand. I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him. I did not touch him. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Kyron, come back in here.
I am not lying.
Let me see. Let me see your hand. Man, y'all are, I swear to God, dude, y'all are really working on an ass whipping, I swear.
He snatched out of my hand and I took it. No, you took it out from her.
Don't be fighting over no fucking toys. If she's already got the toy in her hand and she's already picked it up, there's no reason for you to be grabbing it out of her hand. Do you understand me, son? I've seen you do that with Azriel when y'all are cleaning up. When y'all are cleaning up, if someone's already picked up a toy, I don't want to see you fighting over it. It's not playtime. It don't matter whose it is. It's time to clean up. I don't want to see you arguing over no toy when it's cleanup time. Do you understand me?
Yeah, somebody just left the room. Mom said I have to let
Yeah, she had to latch the door. I don't want to hear none of that. I don't want to hear it, son.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna set this on my desk.
Alright, quiet time. No more talking. No more talking. Y'all have completely destroyed my ability to do what I'm trying to do. It's been like an hour now. I ain't been able to do it.
Daddy, I make the beds.
Just let her help, because she's learning. Let her help. Just don't even talk. Just clean. Okay. Okay, so Git Blame is a troubleshooting utility that has extensive usage options. Okay. Used to examine the contents of a file line by line and see when each line was last modified and who the author of the modification was. Ah, okay, so this...
That goes in my bed. It goes in my bed.
but it doesn't show you
Yes.
who like changed the directory
This
and
is where I
stuff.
sleep. It
It
goes.
just shows you
There.
who
I know.
changed the.
Say it again. I know. That is my blanket. It doesn't go here. I'm telling you.
Next person to talk is getting slapped in the
She
mouth.
started.
I'm sorry. I'm not playing this game with y'all. Good lord, man, these kids, dude. Phew. I don't like whipping them, but it's getting close to that. Okay. Code, blame, we're not worried about it. Whatever. But this is not up to date. As you can see, this has IDK what this means, and this is, I wrote that. I remember saying, hey, I don't remember what that means, and adding it, so I know that this is okay. Never mind. It was there. It was compacted into the VS Code scroll feature. Wow. Okay, so that actually is up to date. Well, that's good to know. Okay, so it's not. So text is fine, other than the fact that it's completely missing the notes file. And I'm just like, maybe that's actually there.
Do you see stuff out the bucket?
Maybe it's actually there and hidden, just like this was. No. No, there's no other thing. So I have to pull the notes file. Devlog is up to date. We'll go one by one. Bugs debug is completely missing. Canasta log we don't use, so we're not going to pull that. And as I'm looking at this and thinking this through, I think I'm coming to the conclusion that I need to just pull the entire project as it exists on the remote secondary branch down and delete all of this stuff like Canasta log that I thought I already deleted and pushed after I deleted all that stuff. So I don't understand where along the way the commits wherein I deleted all these files and updated all this stuff got lost. It's a mystery to me. Well, this is a nightmare actually. So I'm just gonna go ahead and we'll go into the project directory on my computer. And yeah, you can see there's no notes, there's no bugs debug. Where'd it go? No one knows. We're going to copy this project as it exists in its terribly misdeformed state, by which I don't know how that happened, but whatever. And we'll call this Canasta deformed backup 3824. We'll end up deleting this after we fix it. Now we're gonna go into this directory. We're gonna paste in the project directory, whatever the proper name for it is. Because the convention is to use a capital letter file, folder rather, as your true parent directory, the root or whatever they call it, and then within that you have a lowercase So it'd be like this: capital C Canasta. Then within that, well, this is your root, capital C Canasta, and then this is the child directory for the project, and then etc, etc. So now that we have the deformed back up, I'm going to go into Canasta. We're going to exit out of that, just in case that interferes with it. I don't know if it would. Now we're going to delete. Oops, didn't mean to do that. We're going to delete the inner yeah, we're going to delete the inner, and we'll just delete this entire thing. And now I'm going to open VS Code back up. So now we're in the root directory, and let's, oh, we didn't finish setting up beta. We'll have to do that again. So let's do git branch to see what branch we're on. It says we're on secondary. So now I want to try to pull everything from secondary, from remote. So we're going to say git pull Canasta secondary.
Get it! What are you doing? I'm trying to get it.
Okay, but it says already up to date.
Don't have to go. Don't.
Okay. So that's not how you do that. It says that it's already up to date. Okay. Let's do ls. And you can see there is no other file in the directory. So we might have to do like clone. We might have to clone it or something. See, I've never actually done this before. Let's see. How do you pull an entire, okay, how do you pull an entire Git repository?
Here's a summary from GitHub Docs.
Cloning.
A repository. 1. On github.com, navigate to the main page of the repository. 2. Above the list of files, click code. 3. Copy the URL for the repository. 4. Open terminal. And 5. Change the current working directory.
That's really what I want. How do I pull all files? Navigate to the main page of the repository. Above the list of files, click code, and then click download zip. Okay. So we go to the main, click on code, and we want to make sure we're on secondary. And then it says above the list of files, click code, and then click download zip. Okay, so we're gonna download zip. Alright. It's still downloading. And now we're gonna go to we want to actually open up downloads. So now there's Canasta secondary. We're gonna move that to programming. I'm gonna delete it from this spot. Now we're gonna move it to projects, and now we're going to move it. Well, actually, first we'll move it to Canasta. Now we're gonna extract all. And we just want it to be called Canasta. Okay. So it should be extracting all these files from the remote branch to the and I'm just curious about this is how do we know when we've deleted what isn't it? Okay. If we delete files on our local branch and then push those changes to the remote branch, aren't they deleted on the remote? Use deleting file after pushing to get removes a file from your working tree and from the next commit you will make without affecting.
Daddy, we're not done yet. Daddy, we are not done yet. No, I'm doing that.
Does deleting a local branch?
We're not done yet.
Okay, now how do I delete a file and get locally and remotely? To delete both a local and remote, not the branch.
Daddy, sit that down. We are done. No.
Okay, y'all are done in there.
No, we don't have to.
Zeta can do bad. My bad. You go ahead and go start in the living room. No, there's no poison or anything on that baby. It's fine. Issues deleting file after pushing. I'm trying to delete a file after I get pushed. I initially tried to get RM my file, but this resulted in deleting the file locally and not deleting the file from my repo. When I click on branch, I see deleted on source, modified on target. So initially delete the file from my branch and not locally. Just delete the file from your computer system. Make git add and then git commit m delete specific file and git push it. So the file is permanently removed from the Git repo, which is what I thought. So if you delete a file from your computer, then you git add everything using dot, and then you do a commit and then a push. When you deleted that file on the local, it should, after you push it, it should be deleted on the remote. So I don't understand why it didn't do that. It's very much a mystery to me, especially considering how all of my files were just completely rearranged. Okay, so it's still downloading. Why is it taking so long? It's only downloading at 1 megabyte, not even a megabyte per second. But my internet speed is supposed to be like 100 megabytes per second. So how come I'm not seeing these 80 megabytes per second? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do. It's with like more. It's more than that. The destination has 120 files with the same names. How does it have 120 files with the same name?
leave one more time, pass it out. I'm gonna go over there.
Okay. Why is this so confusing? Why is this so like... Is this just me? Like, or is this... This doesn't seem normal. The Destiny file has 120 files with the same name. How? How does that... Okay.
Then I'll do this.
Okay, so now we can delete the zipped version. So now in Canasta, it's... We shouldn't have this other...
Hi.
Oh. Man, I tell you what, dude. This is actually pretty frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting kind of pissed off with this process because I don't know how this happened in the first place. And secondly, this is a weird way for it to structure the project. Strange. So we just want projects, then Canasta, get rid of this, or actually get rid of that, goodbye, delete that whole thing, now move this one in, okay, now let's see if it has, okay, now it has all the files, including the files that we don't want that we had already deleted and then pushed to this branch. So how they came back, no one knows. But they made their way back. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. So it's just like when things happen like this and there's no explanation for how they happened, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, how did this happen? When did it happen? Who did it? I didn't do this. I didn't remove almost all my files from main. I didn't delete a few of my files from text. I didn't delete some of my files from testing. And on top of that, with my local being all distorted, not only my local was distorted, but my remote was distorted because I know for a fact that I already did all this stuff. I already deleted all these files and everything, like the old ones when I did the rebase and all that. I did the rebase and then I got rid of everything. I organized it, committed it, I added it, committed it, and then pushed it to this remote branch. And from what I just read, if you do that, it's supposed to be, your remote branch is supposed to reflect your local branch when you push to it. So how this happened, I don't know if I'll ever know how that happened. And I don't like knowing how things didn't happen, because, you know, that just like completely destroyed my entire project directory that I've been working on for 3 years. For it to just go like all out of whack on the local and the remote is very troubling. anyway. Okay, so now we have an up-to-date version. We have a direct reflection of what exists on the remote Canasta repository at the secondary branch, which is the branch that we had been working on, which has the most up-to-date data in it. So we're going to go and triple check that by going to text. We're going to go to devlog, which is already open. You can see the last day I worked on it was February 29th. Pretty sure that's correct. Then we can go to things to do. We can look at that. I'm pretty sure this is up to date. And then let's look at server, and let's look for the data. Where is it? Okay, data transfer modification. Let's see. Well, this is server actually. We want to look at client, but okay, so it looks like that's up to date with the latest changes I had made on server, and then client was actually where we ended up working at. Uh oh, my kid's got to get a whipping. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's time.
Don't even speak to each other. If you also want to say another word, nobody will all figure. Tired day.
Yeah, Diddy and Kai had to get the little pop because they keep fighting. Alright. So this, let's see how up to date this is. 228. 228. Let's see if we have anything for 229. So let's type in 229. And we do. Okay, so this is up to date. So that's good. Sounds right. I mean, looks right, rather. So, yeah, these files are up to date. And that's the main thing I wanted to ensure. Because if they weren't up to date, then in that case I would just pull or copy, clone, whatever from the master remote branch, and then I would have just downloaded that zip. But since it looks like everything is up to date, we can now just go ahead and get rid of all these files that we can get rid of these files that are from the old version. So assets, rename that to lowercase a. Don't know why that keeps changing. Hopefully it'll stay that way now. And then now in main, everything's good here, I think. Do the kitchen now. Kitchen table, island, sweep, all that. Okay, new features, old feature storage. I was like, I thought I might have gotten rid of that. I don't really feel like I need that. It's fine. We'll just keep it. I'll get rid of it one day probably. So logger testing was actually changed to test logging methods. As you can see, they're basically the same file. So we can get rid of, we're going to delete test copy methods, test file. This is what became test reminders. Do something other than what he's doing. Oh, dude, I swear. This is not going. That's not the best session for me so far. Between the kids and all my files being completely messed up. So now let's go ahead and delete this because we already did this before. I know I have to do it again. And why that keeps opening this text tab is also something I don't understand. Okay. Let's see, test copy methods, that's what we do want. We do want test logging methods, and then test reminders, and test run is old. We don't use test run. We already had deleted that. How it came back, I don't know. And delete it again, and there it opened up the text tab again. Don't know why. It's another mystery. So now all this is good to go, except for text. Now let's look at text. We deleted Canasta log, or it was deleted, and then we have notes and things to do. Okay, so now this should be correct. This should be up to date. Everything should be good now. This is how we want our project to be structured. Let's just go look at it here. So projects, Canasta, and lowercase a for assets, old new features, testing has copy methods, logging methods, test reminders, text has bugs, debug, devlog, notes, things to do. Okay, that's what we want. And then well, now we're gonna check the branch. We're gonna say get branch. Okay, we're on secondary. That's what we want. Now we're gonna do get add everything. And we got a warning. In the working copy of Canasta VS Code settings JSON, LF will be replaced by CRLF the next time Git touches it. I don't know what that means. Fatal. Will not add file alias Canasta assets 8-bit cards 10 of clubs PNG. Canasta assets 8-bit cards 10 of clubs PNG already exists in index. Okay. So how about this? If we do git remove all, does that like remove everything? What is the index? Let's see, what is that? What does that mean when it says already exists in index? Fatal. So we're just gonna copy this, and then we're gonna go to Google, and we'll paste that, but we're just gonna remove this part. Okay, fatal will not add file alias. if that already exists in index when git add operation. Okay. That's weird. Yeah, weird. It says edit git config to set ignore case to false. Core ignore case false can be set globally. Git config globally. But why? See, I hate when people do that. Like, okay, I appreciate that people give the answer, but when they just give you the answer but they don't tell you like why, like, you know what I'm saying? What does this do actually? Or similarly to update for a local repo via command line git config local core ignore case false. This will completely remove the file's contents from the index but leaves it in the working directory. On commit, the files will be removed from the head commit. I would recommend to back up your project before doing that. Okay, actually that reminds me that I should probably go ahead and do just that. I should just back this up because now I know that this is the most up-to-date. So we are going to copy this as it is. Then actually, first I'm gonna go ahead and, well, no, this is fine. We'll copy it as it is. Then we're gonna go and we'll delete the deformed backup after. We'll go into this backup. We'll delete this backup. We will paste this backup. Now we'll check it. It's got assets, main, old new features, testing, and text, and that looks good to me. Now we'll change the date to reflect today, which is the 8th, 3/8/24. And now we can delete the deformed backup, and then oh yeah, that wasn't download speed that I was complaining about. That was actually install speed. That was how long, right? That wasn't how long it took to download the file. It was how long it took to process all the files, unzip it, and I think I got confused that part. Anyway, so now this is up to date. This has been copied. This is how the project was after I finished working on it on February 29th, which I'm quite certain was the last time I worked on it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to, I think we're going to do this method, git remove -- cached and then file, but we're just going to do dot because hopefully that will just remove everything, and then we can just do git add dot to add everything. So this will completely remove the file's contents from the index, but leaves it in the working directory. Okay. On commit, the files will be removed. The head commit. I don't understand that. What does that mean exactly? Why would the files be removed? Head commit. So this one worked for me, okay. First I created files. Okay. To set ignore case to false. What is ignore case? Let's look that up. Get ignore case. Git config, okay. And now we're gonna look for ignore case. Okay, if true, this option enables various workarounds to enable Git to work better on file systems that are not case sensitive, like FAT. For example, if a directory listing finds makefile when Git expects makefile, Git will assume it is really the same file and continue to remember it as makefile. Default is false, except Git clone 1. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the answer that this top guy made. This is like a ghetto fix. I think this guy's answer is actually the proper answer. So we're gonna try this. Git rm cached. So it's git rm cached, and then dot. Recursively without r. Yeah, we don't want to remove cache. No passback was given. Which files should I remove? How do we remove all? Like, how do we? How do we remove all of them? Let's just try R for recursive. Okay, so it is removing, but it's still processing because there's too many active changes. Only a subset of Git features will be enabled. The Git repository has too many active changes. Okay, so I removed all of that from the index. And I don't really understand. So let's see. What is the index? Let's see. Git. What is the index? That's weird. I thought it understood when I said git before. It would do git instead of get. The index file stores a list of every file at head, along with the object ID for its blob and some metadata. This list of files is stored as a flat list, and Git parses the index into an array. Read that one more time. The index file stores a list of every file at head. Hey! Y'all, are y'all cleaning? Hey! Azriel! You go pick up all the blocks. You go do the den. Diddy, you do the den. Diddy does the den. Let Diddy do the den. You and Kai do the rest. Zeta, I want you to do the island and the kitchen table. Kyron, I want you to help Diddy in the den. Okay? Zeta does the kitchen and the island. Diddy and Kyron, y'all do the den. When y'all are done in there, go to Kyron's room and then Zeta's room. Bro, they just can't like clean without fighting. It's just terrible. They can't do it. So the index file stores a list of every file at head, along with the object ID for its blob and some metadata. This list of files is stored as a flat list and parses the index into an array. Okay, now let's see. Commit-a. So we have add. So we have workspace. Then it adds. Then it's the index. Okay, and then it goes from the index to the commit. Oh, so if you do commit-a, it's like calling git pull. It concatenates git merge. It's like two commands in one. Is that right? Is that proper understanding? Git commit-a. Whenever you look up git commands and then like -a, it never, Google doesn't understand it. Okay, here we go. Well, I don't want to say it doesn't understand it. It doesn't understand that format. You have to write it like this, I guess. The git commit open quotes -a close quotes option. The A stands for all. This option automatically stages all modified files to be committed. Okay. So, well, that would also include, I was thinking I could use that to avoid adding and committing all those temporary files that I don't like I don't need to be committing those at all, actually. But if I didn't, like, it doesn't matter if I did that, because like that wouldn't exclude the temporary files because those are modified, so that wouldn't help with that problem. Performing commits more quickly with the M and allows you to write the message in line with the commitment. Oh, so I'm using a quicker method. I didn't know that. Cool. Alright. Well, that's smart. Smart of me. I knew I was a genius and everything, but, you know. So commit A, I guess, is the another popular option is that, let's see, let's read this real quick. The git commit command explained. The git commit command will save all stage changes along with a brief description from the user and a commit to the local repository. Commits are at the heart of the usage. You can think of a commit as a snapshot of the project or under version of the project displayed in the current repo. Two important features of commits are you can recall the committed changes later over the version. If multiple commits edit different parts of the project, they will not overwrite each other even if the authors of the commit were unaware of each other. Fighting again. Alright, damn, they're gonna get another whipping. Wow. They're on a roll today, buddy. Oh, I'm gonna make another coffee. I'm feeling a little sleepy too.
wasn't. No, you don't know how to do it. You clean the den.
Okay. Pick up where we left off with the git commit. So you can recall that committed changes at a later or blah blah blah. If multiple commits edit different parts of the project, they will not overwrite each other. Even if the authors of the commit will overwrite each other's benefits using Git over a tool like Dropbox or Google Drive. Okay. There are a number of options that you can include with the git commit. However, this guide will only cover the 2 most common options. For an extensive list of options, please consult the Git documentation. The M option. The most common option used with git commit is the M option. The M stands for message. When calling git commit, it is required to include a message. The message should be a short description of the changes being committed. The message should be at the end of the command. It must be wrapped in quotations. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. If the M is not included with the git commit, you will be prompted to add a message in your default text editor. The A option. The only other option is the A option. The A stands for all. This option automatically stages all modified files to be committed. If new files are added, the A option will not stage those new files. Only files that the Git repository is aware of will be committed. Okay, so A does add. It basically is a concatenation, a combination of add and committing. So it does both, but it only will stage and commit the files that have been modified. If they haven't been modified, or if they're a new file, they will not be staged, which is dangerous. But you know, for me, actually using commit. So why do you put AM? So I guess AM means like all, and then M is for message. I would have thought it would be -A and then -M, but whatever. Okay, so okay, that's cool. The amend option allows you to change last commit. Let's say you just committed, you made a mistake in your commit log message. You can conveniently modify the most recent commit using the command git commit --amend -m an updated commit message. If you forget to include a file in the commit, you can do git add, forgotten file name, and then commit, and then you can amend that commit. Okay, well that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool that I know that now about amend. You don't need to change the commit message. Use the no edit option. And if you don't want to change the commit message, you just do amend edits. Okay. The many commits are actually entirely new commits, and the previous commit will no longer be on your current branch. Okay. Okay, verbose. Okay, cool. Alright, that's all I need to know right now. So, A is a concatenation of add and commit, but it only does that, it only adds modified files and not new files. Okay, so we were asking about the index, and so the index was basically the in-between space between your workspace and the local repo. It is whenever you add or stage changes, that's where they go. They go to the index. When you commit them, they go to the local repo, and then when you push them, they go to the remote repo. And this actually is a really cool. Let's see. Pull or rebase head to diff. It's the diff between your workspace and the index. Oh wait, no, I see. Okay, pull or rebase. So you pull from the remote repo to your workspace. Checkout head pulls from your local repo to your workspace, and then checkout pulls from the index. Okay, and then diff head pulls from local repo to your workspace, and then diff, just regular diff, pulls from your index to your workspace. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna save this file. And I'll actually just call this get diagram. Or is that a diagram? Wait a second, what exactly is... Okay, I'm thinking of a Venn diagram. Yeah, diagram can be like anything. It's a symbolic representation of information. Yeah, so that is a diagram. Thinking of a Venn diagram. Okay, so now we know what the index is. We know what get commit-a is, and I'll probably just continue to use get add dot to add everything. And so where we left off was we were removing all of the files from the index so that we could go ahead and add everything in the updated version after we cleaned everything up. So now it should be adding everything, and for whatever reason it's taking a while. I guess that's because it's got to add all the assets and everything or whatever, but honestly, you know, I think we would probably be better off using get commit dash a, because then that means we don't have to add like assets and all that to the every time, you know. It's just like, it's not clean it would be cleaner to use git commit -a. But in this case that we just did, I don't know if anything would actually be added using -a, because I mean, I don't know if it would consider any of this change, because we didn't change anything. We actually just deleted stuff. So I think in this case we would want to use git add dot. And it said, warning, in the working copy of LF will be replaced by CRLF. Now what does that mean? Okay. Okay, y'all ready to eat? Okay, yeah, I thought Chelsea would win back by now, but she's not. I wish she wouldn't. She said she was going to get her medicine. I thought she would have been back by now. Yeah, your mom won't let me touch that table because because it's not mine. So she won't let me touch that one. Zeta, what do you want to eat, baby? Okay. I'm gonna have to go make them dinner. Or lunch rather. Git, what is LF and CRLF? In Linux, lines end with LF, while in Windows, CRLF, carriage return plus line feed. When developers using different operating systems, line endings must be handled correctly, or different version will break. Okay, you should use LF. Windows applications generally no CRLF line breaks correctly. Okay. So these are line break types. Okay. And it's saying that LF will be replaced by CRLF the next time Git touches it. Okay, so that is so like inconsequential for me, so it doesn't really mean anything. So now I can do git commit m, and we're gonna put the date 3/8/24, and we'll say fixed the deformed version of the project. I have no idea how it became deformed. It was missing various files and contained old versions of the entire of the project. It was very bizarre. do you spell bizarre? Is it 2 R's? It's kind of funny because you might think it should be 2 Z's. Bizarre. Bizarre. Anyway, it was very bizarre. I have no idea how you can perform with weird files. And by downloading the secondary branch, the remote secondary branch project version, and applying and pasting to workspace project. Okay. Now, why did it delete? Why did it delete all this stuff? Why does it say deleted? Okay, so it shows that they exist, like in the audio files and the card files. Assets are still there. So why does it say deleted here? And then why does it also say? Well, these deletions, most of these are from deleting those text files and stuff. But I don't know why it would have said delete mode and it's deleting. Is this because what? So yeah, we deleted logger testing, test file, test run, Knesset log, and that's right. We wanted to delete all that. But why is it deleting all of these assets? Because they're capital A assets? Okay, I see. So it's deleting the capital A version. So basically when you rename a folder, it deletes everything in that folder and then like creates it. It's basically like you just deleted it and recreated it. Okay, so that makes sense. So now we're just gonna double check branch. So now we did git add, we did git commit, and now we should be able to do git push or not origin, Canasta secondary. Okay. And it worked. It pushed the, I guess this one, B619168 on top of A45D63C. Now let's go to our let's refresh and okay. Yep, so it shows the commit. It says that we didn't add anything, we took away. Okay, so now let's look at the files. Okay, so now capital A is gone for assets. Let's make sure the assets are actually there. They're still there. Okay, that's what we want. Main, let's look at main. Okay, Okay. Server should have a commit from last week. Okay, that's good. Yeah, all the stuff. Let's check testing, copy methods, logging method, test reminder, and then text, bugs, devlog, notes. Let's make sure devlog's up to date. Let's go down to the end. Yep, it's up to date. Okay, so now everything looks good. Now, like for sure, everything on the remote and on the local is fine. So I don't know how that little nightmare happened, but I wanted to figure out how it happened so that I would make sure it doesn't happen again, because that's a lot of time just like wasted that I spent dealing with that. You know, and that's time I'm supposed to be coding. I didn't do a single line of code because I spent all my time fixing this freaking project. Don't scream in my face, Zeta, you're sick. And something I want to understand is, how can a branch be commits ahead and behind master? How can one branch be certain amount of commits behind and ahead of another branch?
According to Gearset Help Center,
So what is a commit being ahead or behind?
merge method in GitHub, unique merge commits will be layered onto your target branch as you merge feature branches through, which will cause those branches to show commits ahead, behind your main branch.
A branch can be both ahead and behind at the same time if you have made changes to your branch and someone else have made changes on the default branch that you have not merged into your branch yet. Okay, so that's because I have been using Git improperly. That's because I have been, like, I don't use merge. I do the Git checkout thing, and that is not a normal, like, preferred typical way to do that. I think you're normally supposed to merge. So like I would, in this case, normally I would go from secondary local, which is the branch I'm on now. I would check out to master, and then from master I would just type git checkout secondary canasta, and what that would do is it would completely transfer basically a clone of the local secondary branch and modify the local master branch to reflect the secondary branch. So then I could just say git add, git commit, git push to master after basically like mirroring the local secondary. Now I don't know if this is like, if this is something that I would be shunned for, or if this is something that is fine to do. I know that people like had recommended it on GitHub, not GitHub, Stack Overflow, and it worked for me very well because you don't have to deal with merge conflicts and stuff. Now, if there was someone else working on the project yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to use that method because, you know, you wouldn't, well, for one, you would never merge in their changes, because I'm never actually pulling anyway. I'm only pushing. I don't ever pull from the remote. I just push. So let me read it a little bit more. Branch can be both ahead and behind at the same time. If you had made changes to your branch, someone else may change in the default branch that you have not merged into your branch yet. So yeah, I think I understand when it says that. That means like
With his tail.
who did what?
I accidentally hit Kai with his Spider-Man cape.
You accidentally hit him with it,
Yeah.
or did you purposefully hit him with it? You did it. Did you do it on accident or on purpose? Tell Kyron to come here.
Did it?
Tell Kyron to come here.
Did it?
Kyron got hurt. Yeah, so I think what this means is when it says 204 commits ahead of, and this is what? This is the secondary branch. Yeah, so I think this is good. We can go ahead and, like, I don't want to start doing merge instead. So there's no big deal with that. Okay, so now we're good. Everything's good. We're on the secondary branch. Now let's go ahead and do, we already added, there should be no changes. If we were to do git commit, there's nothing to, yeah, everything is up to date. So now we can do git checkout master. Now you see this is, let her out, make her go back out. And now if we switch back to secondary, I just want to verify everything's fine on the local secondary branch. So we switch back. Yes, baby, you can get out of the corner now. Okay, and then we're just gonna make sure, yep, everything's up to date. We're gonna look for 229. Not on server, on client. Yeah. Yeah, so everything's up to date. And then if we were to check the text files, devlog is up to date. Cool. So everything's good now with both with the secondary branch, both locally and remotely. So now what we can do is, let's go ahead and, well, actually, remember, we wanted to make sure that we left master alone, because master, currently the master branch is the last stable version of the project, which was the state of the project prior to our addition of the data transfer modification for adding in timestamp and all that stuff. So we can actually finally start writing some code. I think we're good to go. That was a nightmare. I don't know why that happened. I don't know how it happened, but at least now everything is fixed. Alright. Now we can open up things to do. And then we're also going to open up client and server. We'll have things to do in devlog over here. Client and server here. Server goes on the left side. That's just how I like to keep it. Left side, leftmost side is server, and farther right we move, the closer we get to the client side. And then my right side is always for like my devlog and things to do. So we go to things to do and we read finish uploading data transfer modification, finish modifications in client pi, create dir check timestamp order list logic for dir check timestamp sorting. Okay, so I think that's where we left off. We weren't working in server. We had pretty much finished server. I think one of the last things we did was we created the directory check call logic for the new system. Let's go up here and we're gonna collapse that function because it takes up so many lines. It goes from line 80 all the way to 520, so it's a 440 line function. Get that out of the way, so I don't have to scroll through it. This part for while client ID is equal, we can collapse that. And now, so this. What does this say? Start of data transfer modification. Start of data transfer modification. Move this section here to do data transfer modification implementation. Okay. What, we don't actually want these. Get your hand away from that. What are you doing? That's my drink. You're gonna spill. Get away from my computer. I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna make you something. I'm coming. I don't. I got coffee right here. I got drink right here. I don't want you to spill it on my computer. I'll lose my shit if you were to do that. Okay. I gotta go make Zeta something to eat. But we didn't select our interpreter. It's cool that it reminded me of that. Where is the virtual environment? How come that's not available? Whatever. I don't remember though. Okay, here we go. Now I was like, where is all that stuff that I worked on? It's right here. Okay, and then we have the single directory check. So this is actually gonna be canceled, these dir checks. So we're gonna 6. Yeah, baby. I will actually do that. Alright, so I'm gonna have to take a break. I'm gonna have to feed the kids real quick. So I'll be back in a little bit. It's my stream. Nobody's really there. Maybe 1 or 2 people might hop on for a second, but it's really for me to talk myself through the project and what I'm doing. Yes, this microphone, this thing right here. What? Yeah, you done frickin' screamed in my face while you're sick and got all up in my face. Don't do that when you're sick. It's not funny. You don't get up in people's face and call for sneeze or like that's not funny. It's not funny. That's not funny, Zeta. That's not something we do, and that's not something that's funny. Like, how funny do you think it would be if someone was really sick and you weren't sick, and then they went up in your face and started screaming in your face and got you sick? No, if you knew they were sick and they did that, it would make you mad.
Zeta, open up Kyra and do her juice for her. Please, buddy. Zeta, you like that salsa like that, baby? How you feel? What kind of bad? I have no idea, baby. No, I'm not gonna bother. Make sure y'all clean your hands in your area when you're done.
That was an extraordinarily long break. I ended up taking a shower. Honestly, the kids had to feed the kids and took a shower. So we are at the point where we can actually start coding finally. Some hours later. Okay, so what we're gonna do, let's see, create dir check timestamp order list logic for dir check timestamp sorting. Okay, and we're gonna make this a little bigger. There we go. So now we can shrink that down a little bit so we can see more code at once. All right. Okay. Let's see. So we commented this out because it's being replaced by the single dir check. So we're gonna add a comment here for that. We're gonna say below section comment added 3.8.24. Commented this section out because I am going because it is being replaced by the below single dir check call instead. Part of the data transfer modification. Right? Now we're gonna add our caution div down here. Okay. And we're gonna add the same comment here. And then we'll copy this caution div and well, put leaving until 100% sure replacement is valid. Right? Okay. So now we can actually probably add some code. Let's see. So this, let's go over what happens here. So first we check to see if ready has received anything, and ready is equal to the selectors for the network socket to see if we have received anything. If there's anything in the queue of received objects, then we will I wonder if ready should actually be below all this, because this is for send. But anyway, and I wonder if that has anything to do with the problem too, because we put ready right here, but then and I'll just put a comment here for that, because that's something I thought about in the past, but I never actually I never really messed with it. I'm really not completely sure how select works. Like, I know I looked at it when I implemented it, of course, but you know, it was more of like a first glance, and I'm not super familiar with it. So I should probably read up on that to make sure that this is in like the right place, and it, you know, maybe it should be right here before if ready. But since I've had it this way for so long, I'm not just gonna like move it without, you know, testing all these other hundreds of lines of changes that I've made since the last time I tested the game. So we're just gonna leave it here for now. We'll add in a comment, and we're gonna say comment added 3.8.24, and I don't like this music. I'm gonna go to Kodi, and yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's fine. Whatever. Anyway, okay. So comment added 3.8.24. Who opened that door? Zeta! Who opened that door?
I was cool. I had like this much.
Oh, you gave it to Rogue.
Yeah.
Okay, look at that pretty bird right there sitting on the fence.
Oh, is it
Beautiful bird. It is. What is it? It's like bluish.
It's brown.
It's-
and blue.
It's like blue and almost like a reddish orange color on his chest.
What is next door?
I don't know. Whistle to it again. See if it'll whistle to you. Look at the bird, baby. Look at the bird on the fence. Oh, it flew. It's a pretty bird. Okay, below line comment added 3.8.24. Zeta, get back away from me. I'm not. What would you say? Should this be directly above line number 578? Is there a good reason to keep it here? Also, I need to better understand how selectors work. Okay. So then, if it's ready, we'll skip this part because this part is about sending. Then it says if ready is occupied, then ink data is equal to network dot receive from the socket, and then this is the start of the new system that we added in. And we moved this from the place it previously was. And what this does is it prints out the ink data dir check, I'm sorry, attribute dictionaries to basically tell you what has been transferred over, what data went along with the incoming client that's going to be applied on the client side. And then this is the same thing, but in the case that ink data ID is not equal to current client ID. And I just realized I can reduce the amount of lines here by assigning a couple of variables. For instance, I could probably say that we'll say what does this happen now? We actually have a check for that, but that's later on. We say current or other. And you know, I could just move this little section right here up there, I think, but I'm just not sure if it would be safe to do that. So current or other is always going to be dependent on the object ID, and then other client arg is dependent on that as well. And I'm pretty sure there wouldn't be an issue with this. Current. Okay, well actually no, that okay, I'm sorry. We can't move that because current object might not be the one that we just received. So we would actually have to check that again. So what I'll do is I will put up here, we'll say if ink data dot ID is equal to current client ID, then we will say current, we'll call it current or other one. Well, no, we'll call it ink data ID equal to ink data ID, and then mom's here, baby, she just pulled up, yeah, and then we'll put elif ink data ID is not equal to current client ID. Then we'll say ink data ID, so in this case it would be equal to question mark, and then in this case it would be equal to question mark, and we'll say ink data ID cur or receive string. Yeah, that's good. There we go. That's better. Current or other receive string, and it's either gonna be cur or other. So if the InkData.id is equal to the current client's ID, cur or other receive string is going to be cur, and if InkData ID is not equal to current client ID, then cur or other receive string is going to be equal to other. So then here we can say, we can get rid of this and now we can get rid of, well, we're not getting rid of that. Now we can remember that InkData ID for other client is actually none because it never gets set to a value, so we can't reference it in terms of other client because it would be comparing an int with none, therefore will never enter this section. Wait, what? Remember that InkData ID for other client is actually none because it never gets set to a value, so we can't reference it in terms of other client. I'll put a caution on that too, and then I'll put node caution comment added 3824. I need to review this. No, the note that follows this. Okay, yeah. So it says, remember that InkData.id for other client is actually none because it never gets set to a value, so we can't reference it in terms of other client. Okay, I see. Alright, I understand. Because it would be comparing an int with none and therefore will never enter this section. Right, okay. So yeah, I was saying I couldn't put other client ID. I couldn't say if InkData, or rather elif InkData.id is equal to other client ID, because that would be that would not work because the other client ID would be equal to none, and it would it would still. Oh yeah, you can't compare equality, or can you? Can you compare equality between? So you'd be comparing an int with none, and therefore will never enter this section. Oh, okay, I see. I understand. It's not that it would throw an error. It just simply would never find equality with it because it's not actually carrying the. We don't actually possess the other client as the actual ID, and I mean that's not really important, I don't think. Namely, should we have access to other client.id? Alright. Now, alright, so basically, okay, so the whole point of doing what we just did is actually, we don't even need to review this because it's being replaced. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna completely delete this part, because now we will have one set of printouts, because we're always going to be referencing ink data, but the only thing that will differ is right here it would say that is actually my suitcase. Well, I don't want you to use it because I don't
Well, you know what?
trust
I don't want your
you.
mom eating my kids' groceries on my food stamps. They're mine. She can't have them, but y'all are eating off of them, ordering food, living up, and my kids aren't eating that shit. It's just y'all. So don't be petty about a suitcase.
Well, actually, my mom could, like, well, whatever. All right, whatever.
What, get her own food stamps?
I mean,
Yeah, she could.
that's a difference. They're our food stamps. That is not our suitcase.
Our food stamps for our family.
I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I just don't want you to think I'm gonna like give that to you. I do want my suitcase.
No, I don't plan on keeping it. I'm using it.
Okay.
That's my chair. You're sitting in my chair.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
This
like,
is my chair. That's my kitchen table. All
Okay.
the furniture
Alright.
in
Okay.
this house
Got you.
belongs to me.
Got you.
This dresser your clothes are in,
Okay.
every
Alright.
fucking
I
thing
understand.
that
I understand.
anybody
Okay.
uses for comfort in this home belongs to me.
Got you.
So let's not be petty.
Alright. Okay.
The blankets your mom sleeps with are mine.
So what we can do is we'll change this to be cur or other receive string, and so now this will print cur or other receive string. It will say cur or other, then we'll say client receive. So then we're gonna just keep repeating this, and so now, honestly, I think we could reduce this even more by saying we could do something like for dict in, well, we can't actually use that name. We would have to use a dict in and then we could just make a little list right here. We could say data.change dictionary, and then we would have the ink data changed game attribute dictionary, and then change deck attribute dictionary, and then change locations attribute dictionary. We have a list of the dictionaries that consists of, so we say for a dict in ink data.change player attribute dictionary, ink data change game attribute dictionary, ink data change deck attribute dictionary, and then ink data change location attribute dictionary. So this will allow us to iterate through them in, you know, in one line. You can easily read that. So I don't think it, like, you know, it's taking anything away from readability or whatever. So then we would say, we just copy this, paste it, and then we'll say now right here we would put a date. So this one current or other receive string, and then client receive data. Well, and then this would actually be the string version.
That's super slow.
I'm not unconnecting that.
That keeps
Why? Why do you want to unconnect it? I always reconnect it.
No,
and
buddy.
it's always
No,
undone.
leave it connected.
Why?
No, it needs to stay connected. So if we were to, let me test this real quick. I'm trying to figure out a way to make the string, because like the whole point of this would be to save lines. Okay, I see what we could do. We could do this. We could turn this into a dictionary, and then we would literally just say that the string is gonna be ink data change flare, which we could shorten this to be data, and we'll change this to be C P A D. Change player, just put player, and then this one will be and then okay. This will be alright, so now we add that there, but this one is going to be not player but game, and then the same for this one we're going to add, and this one is actually for deck. And then this one is gonna be location. What did you say? I'm gonna say locations. Okay, yeah. So that's that's fairly easy to read. So now we have a dictionary which consists of ink data.change player attribute dictionary as the key, and then the value is the data. And I think typically though you want the, isn't it, let's see, isn't it Python convention to have a dictionary key be a string? Representing an object or structured data using pattern. The dictionary have to be a string. The keys of the dictionary are not restricted to be strings. In fact, any immutable Python object can be used as a key. This is a key. Any immutable Python object can be used as a key. Okay, so it has to be immutable. But a tuple will do since it is immutable. Okay, so yeah, it's just like we wouldn't actually be able to use that as the. We actually have to reverse this. So instead, it would be for this. And then this one, it would say for addicted. So yeah, we would reverse this by putting this first, and then adding the colon, and then here we'll do the same thing. And now we're going to alright, so now let's review it to make sure it's correct. So we have for adict in inkdata.c, and we'll actually change this to be id. So it'll be nice and short. Yeah, I could have done the multiple cursor thing for that. I think it's Alt-click to create a new cursor. Let's see. Yeah, it's Alt-click, so if I could have. Anyway, then you hit escape and it makes the multiple cursors go away. So now we have for adict in inkdata.c changed player attribute dictionary, and then the value is inkdata.changed player attribute dictionary. Next element in the dictionary is the string inkdata.changed game attribute dictionary. The value is inkdata.changed game attribute dictionary. The next element is inkdata.changed deck attribute dictionary, and the associated value is inkdata.changed deck attribute dictionary. And then the next element is inkdata.changed loc attribute dictionary, and the value is inkdata.changed locations attribute dictionary. So then it says customer mode, second look function, current client ID, says get frame .f line no, with a line number print, and then cur or other receive string, which will determine whether or not it says current client receive or other client receive. And then this will now be let's say for a actually say for key in, then we want to, because it does iterate through the keys if I'm correct. Does it iterate through a dictionary as the keys? Iterating through a dictionary means visiting each key value pair and traversing each key value present, iterating a dictionary.
And traversing each key value present in the dictionary. Iterating a dictionary is a very important task.
when you call a for loop on a dictionary in Python, does it iterate through the keys or the values?
According to Geeks for Geeks,
Iterates
this
over the
loop
keys,
automatically
allowing you to
iterates
access
over the
each key
keys,
directly without the
allowing
need
you
for an
to access
explicit
each
method
key.
call. So yeah, looping. So if we had a dictionary and then we did for state and states in capitals, print the state, it should print the Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and Bihar, etc., which it does. So we are correct in that assessment. It does work like that. Okay. Now we can change this to. Okay, I'm sorry, got a step ahead of myself. Actually,
Hi, Dad.
hold on, I gotta
I'm
hug the
leaving.
kids. They're leaving.
I'm leaving. Dad, why do you sound like? Why do you smell like bubble gum?
Because I have gum in one of these.
I'll get castle.
Here's half for you, half for Kai. Make sure you throw the wrapper away. Here, give this to Zeta. Zeta gets a whole piece of it.
You had plenty of time to make them.
Oh, go pick up the rest of the
Look,
blocks
look
in the
at
den.
it
You ain't going nowhere unless you go pick up all them blocks in the den.
now.
Mom's still getting ready. Go pick up the rest of those blocks
No,
in the
I'm
den.
done. We're leaving. Yeah.
I need to cry.
Whatever sock I'm picking from
Whatever sock, huh, buddy? It's like
not the red
sock roulette. Whichever sock you pick out first, that's the sock you're wearing.
this like Dad, these don't need to donation. They fit right my size. Look.
Yeah, if it don't fit you right, if it's not comfortable, pick out a different one.
Yeah.
Don't try to force it if it don't fit you right.
Yeah, it's too tight.
Then it'll be, now those are gonna be ditty socks.
I'm just gonna stick my hand in just put it.
Better, son, not good. Kai, are you gonna be nice and nannies? Are you gonna fight with Micah and Vega? Or are y'all gonna be nice?
They're not sure if they're gonna be here.
You're not sure if they're gonna be there?
Yesterday they were here. I'm not sure when they're coming back.
Do you like playing with Micah and Vega, Kai?
Not really with Micah. He called me a jerk.
Oh no, that was a long time ago, Kai. You need to forgive him. Didn't he tell you sorry for that?
No, he didn't.
He didn't.
I didn't call him a jerk. He called me a jerk.
He never. No, I know, but
Oh,
didn't
well,
he
y'all been
apologize?
friends, then you freaking threw a pirate knife and hit him in the eye.
Yeah, Kai. Now y'all are even, Kai. Y'all are even. Just let it go, okay? Y'all are even, okay, Kai? No. All right, you're not going then.
No!
Well, it's even. So just let it go. Okay?
Bye, Dad.
I love you, my baby.
I'm wearing black pants and black.
But wait, your shoe's not tied. You want me to show you? How to tie it? You have to pull it tight. And make a cross. Then you pass them through the hole.
I have no slip-on shoes.
You got peanut butter in your vase. Hold on. Yeah, you do. Don't touch it. Don't. You gotta wipe your hands. Stop. Don't touch it. I'll wipe it. Stop. Now, since you cross them, you make a bunny ear. Make a bunny ear. Then you go around, baby. You're not looking. Then you make a loop. Yeah. Other foot. Whoa, you don't have socks on. No, you gotta wear socks, man. Take this off and put some socks on.
Yeah.
Little girl, you can zip these too. I forgot. You can zip them all. You don't need to tie them. Little goose. All you gotta do is zip them. Go get you some socks out that bag right there, baby.
It's a Jenny. It's the best.
Like Jesus said, I want. Hi, isn't that your favorite song? I won't cry for you.
Dad, look how fast I
Kai, your mustache is still there a little bit.
Dad, look.
You want me to redraw your mustache? Don't mess that bed up, boy. You see it's
Fucking buckle him up. Like, you gonna help her put her shoes on? You gonna tie him? You gonna teach her to tie him? Like, I'm trying to get out the door.
Anybody teaching nobody to time or just showing her while I tied them, they don't even need to be tied. Actually, I can tie their shoes though, because it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
she just took them off and then washed it for nothing.
No, she didn't have socks on.
Did she need some? I'm carrying her to the car.
Well, I mean, she needs to wear socks. I think it's a good thing to wear socks. Oh, okay. Well, maybe she should wear socks. Now, don't y'all be running your nanny around over there, okay? And treating her, being mean or treating her like a servant or nothing. Y'all gotta be nice to her. Okay? Zeta, turn that TV off. Kyron, turn that TV off for me, buddy. What is that? A notebook. It's cute. Well, I hope you don't go over there and get Mike and Reagan and all sick. Or is that what you got sick? I might be catching something.
Oh, baby, I'm good.
That ain't funny, Zayda. You think that's funny? I'll slap you, dude. You ever laugh like that again about getting someone sick on purpose? I will slap you for that. Baby, you gotta find your other Saki. Mommy's funny.
Is this the right one?
I'm a clown.
Zayda, you got socks on? Put some socks on. Them shoes gonna tear up your heels. Look, we don't not wear socks with shoes. That's not something we do. We don't wear shoes without socks. Zayda, put some socks on. It'll take you 10 seconds. Zayda, put some socks on, man. The sock bag's right there.
No, we're leaving. We're leaving. She doesn't need to.
Zayda,
We're
grab
getting
two
in the
socks
car.
and
I have
put 'em
socks
on.
over there for her. Okay,
Okay.
you keep doing your thing.
The back of your heel's gonna be tore up. I seen girls with that,
She's not walking around all day like that. She's getting in the car.
and it looks gross.
They're tired.
Whenever you
Let's
see a
go.
girl that has those scar
All right,
tissue on the
okay.
back of her heel, from that, it looks gross. I love you, baby. Be nice.
So bad, bye.
Dad, Jim, actually, you forgot.
Zip it. Wait, you got peanut butter on your face. Forgot. Come here. Come here, darling. You got peanut butter on your face. You can't leave with peanut butter on your face, cause
Mom's
then you will look disgusting.
Mom's gonna leave me.
No, she's not gonna leave.
Yes, I am. I'm going.
No!
Dude, don't play with her like that. That ain't even funny. Give me your hand. You got peanut butter on your hand. Peanut butter on your hand, darling. Now go, baby. I love you. Be good. Be sweet. That was cruel. That was cruel. That was not nice. Mama's mean. Mama was mean for that one. Don't forget Marley, baby. I love you, little one. Y'all, Diddy, turn that TV off for me, baby. Thank you.
Alright. I'm back. Here we go. So, now we have this iteration through this dictionary, and we're iterating through the keys specifically. Well, like when you say key, it's gonna return this key. It's gonna return this, the key, not the value. So then we want to assign. We'll say adderdict string equals and it will equal key. So adderdict. Well, actually, we don't even need to do that. We can just say key. So this will literally just be key. Okay. And then the value is going to be key and technically we would want to write it like this, you know, Yeah, who cares about the lines thing? It looks a lot better like that. But I don't know if we can actually do that this way, because how do we reference the value? Because normally to access the value you would say adict at key. So in this case we would have to have this dictionary assigned, which we can call the inc data adder dict dict. And then we'll have it equal to this, and see, now we're creeping up on the lines, and that was part of why I was modifying it in the first place, was to reduce the lines. Yeah, sometimes you refactor and you only save a couple of lines. But you know, on a 10-12 line thing, a few lines is like, you know, 10, 15, 20%. So now we assign the inc data attribute dict. Then we say for key in attribute, and instead of saying for key, we'll actually call it inc data adder dict string. Yeah, that's a little more accurate as far as like what does that mean, because just saying key is kind of vague, even though it is on the same line and everything. Like, or it's, you know, it's not far away, the assignment, but it's just easier to understand when the name of an object accurately references, you know, details what that object is. For inc data adder dict string in inc data adder dict. I don't like that name at all. Anyway, it's fine. Then we'll say and then we'll put data adder dict string is equal to, and in this case we want to copy that dictionary, and then we're going to put at the inc data attribute dictionary string at that particular key, and that is going to ultimately, that's right, inc data attribute dict at inc data attribute dict string, and that will work so now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 lines instead of So 16 lines. So now we have 10 instead of 16, which is like a 50% reduction. No, not 50, like 33, 40% reduction. 10%, 16s, 1.6 to get to 10, like 6 of those, so it's like 40% or something like that, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so that's good. So now we can actually comment this out and say put a note here. Note 384 come out this section is being placed by code section. Leaving so there we go. Okay. Yeah. And I actually don't need to have this to be 6, just do 1. Okay, and then Okay. This part we'll say creates associated string is the key actual header is the value for army and cloud usage. Okay. Finally iterates through the date and creates a dynamic logging frame. Dynamic log frame. And dynamic means like changing or not static. Characters are constantly changing which of your progress. Positive attitude, full of energy, and new ideas. I am
Dynamic.
yeah. It's me. I'm
Dynamic.
yeah. Cool. Okay. This the lion is a little bit repetitive. Cookie full speed. Sounds to me just like the Zelda song. It don't sound like they modified it at all. Could be wrong though. I'm over here chug-a-lugging on this coffee. The kids and my spouse have just left. So now I have peace and quiet. They're going to their nannies, which is my mother-in-law. And I'm feeling kind of sleepy, so I'm drinking this coffee. I feel like I want to take a nap, but I'm not. Because I really didn't get anything done as far as coding. So, moving on to the next section. Alright, so we have all this commented out, all this shit that we just replaced. We saved actually only like a few lines. But, you know, a few lines is... I'll take it. I like less lines. Because when you have, what, 16,000 lines? A 16,000 line project or whatever, you know, 13,000, 12,000 if you don't count like my test file thing, which, you know, I wouldn't count that. So it's more like 12,000. But still, it's a lot of lines. When you have that many lines, if you can knock off 10%, 15%, 20% of the lines throughout the project, you know, 10% of 12,000 is 1,200 lines. So big difference. now that we've done that, let's just make sure everything's correct. So we have inkdata.id is equal to current client.id. Then if that's the case, then current or other receive string is equal to current, which is what we want. And then elif inkdata.id is not equal to current client ID, then we say current or other receive string is equal to other, which is correct. Then we assign the dictionary inkdata_attr_dict with each associated string name for the attribute dictionary to the key for each key value pair. In this case, it's for a player, and then we have the value as inkdata.change_player attribute dictionary. We remembered our comma. Then we have the game string. We did close our string. We put the colon, and then game matches the string. We have our comma. Same thing here. Open quotes. String is closed here for deck. It is for the change deck attribute dictionary. Then the comma. Same thing for location. It looks good. We don't have a comma there because we are not adding any more to it. Now we iterate through the inkdata_attr. We iterate through the inkdata_attr_dict, and by that we're iterating through the inkdata_attr_dict string, which is the key, and then that is iterating through this. So the inkdata_attr_dict string is going to be this, or this, etc., etc. And then we call the custom logger traceback print log function. We say there's an f string coming from the client file. MA just stands for main because this is the actually I don't know, because we don't have multiple threads. Oh, this just denotes like the section that it's in. That's right. If it was in like dir check, it wouldn't have MA. MA just means main. That means like the main section of the file. So this is for logging purposes, obviously. And then we print out the current client ID, and then the line number, then the receive string, which is either going to be cur or other. So it lets you know if it's associated with the current client or the other client. And then the inkdata_attr_dict string, which is the key to let you know which one you're looking at, and then which attr_dict you're looking at, and then it actually prints out the inkdata_attr_dict at the inkdata_attr_dict string. So it's going to print out the value there from that dictionary associated with that key, and that will take care of all the printouts to let us know at the that we are what data we've received from inkdata. Okay, moving on to the next section. Now it says current client.receive object list.append inkdata. So at this point we're appending to the receive object list the inkdata object entirely. Then we're iterating through the inkdata dir check timestamp list, which was sent over along with it as an attribute. Those consist of tuples. At index 0 timestamp, index 1 dir string, and index 2 is index of the client object in the receive object list. As we iterate through the timestamp list, we say current client.dircheck timestamp order list. So now we're dealing with the current client's attribute, which is the dircheck timestamp order list. We're appending this tuple to it so that we can later sort this data. That looks good to me. We have the yellow for the outer, purple for the inner. Parentheses, tube 0 is going to be that timestamp. We already verified all of this. Just double check and make sure everything looks good, which it does. And length of current client receive object list -1, which that will be Yeah, that would be correct because every time. Yeah, that's right. Okay, and then we have stopped here. Okay, so we stopped here last time. It says, I need to rework this logic a bit, I believe. We need to have a list of only timestamps. We need to have a list of only timestamps on which we will call .sort. This means we would modify above logic for order list. Order list would instead first consist of only the timestamps, then would get sorted, and then we would add the rest of the tube data. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay, so the reason for that is that we actually only are gonna sort the timestamps. Yeah, because right here, this is where we sort the timestamp order list. Okay. Okay, so this is not terribly, it's a little bit challenging. Let's think about this, how we want to do this. Ultimately, so we could iterate through this list. It's like, could we just leave it alone? Alright. Honestly, we could just have like, we need, like, okay. Do we need this timestamp order list? Or could we access this in a different way? X timestamp 2.0 minus earliest timestamp 2.0. Alright, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm like, honestly, I think I would just create another list, or like we just have another list, and it would say this. We would just say timestamp per list append, and then we only want to append to it 2. Which is only the timestamp, and then so then we would have to change the name of this to be DirtCheck, because this is not, like, this would actually be the timestamp order list. Yeah, so this would more accurately be called the DirtCheck timestamp info list. So what we're gonna do is we'll find all the instances of that, and what is the next? Isn't it F5? No, it's not F5. Let's see. What is the shortcut for VS Code next item? F4. F4 is next, and then Shift F4. So I will save this because definitely gonna have to look at this at some point. Okay, so it was F4. So now if we do F4, let's check that. Is that actually? That didn't work actually. Oh, so the next match is just enter. I don't know why. So for all instances of this, oops, that's not what I meant to hit. That. Now we're gonna copy this, and we'll instead call this the DirtCheck timestamp info list. And that's a more accurate name, especially since we're gonna have an actual timestamp order list. So now we're going to actually just replace all instances of that. I don't like replacing all. We're gonna do them one at a time. So this is going to be check timestamp order list. Check timestamp pro list. Okay, now we have to change the, we're going to review and change the comment for mainly where it's created. Actually, before I go any further, I just want to make sure that like this is the prettiest way to do this. Next, I'm gonna put my neck brace on because it's kind of like a head pillow for me. Like it gives my neck a break, I think. Anyway. So now, let's say, don't forget to change. Like, damn, I'm starting to realize I can't spell as well as I used to be able to. Yeah, separate. So it's separate. Okay. So now we have two lists. We have current client dirtcheck timestamp info list, and then we have the actual timestamp order list. And we're appending just the timestamp to the order list, and then what we're going to do is we will say timestamp order list dot sort, and this will, I think sort leaves behind, like doesn't create a new list. Python.sort. That's funny. That gets me every time. Sort. The built-in list sort this modifies the list in place. There's also a sorted built-in function that builds a new sorted list from an interval. It modifies the list in place and return none. Usually it's less convenient than sorted, but if you don't need the original list, it's slightly more efficient. So built-in sort is more efficient. Okay. Alright. So we just sort it, and then after we sort it, we'll say that earliest timestamp equals timestamp order list at index 0. Okay. And then latest timestamp is simply timestamp order list at -1. Okay. Then we say if latest timestamp, where does that come from? Where does this get assigned? Latest timestamp. Oh, latest timestamp 2. Where is this? Okay, so we're not actually using that anywhere. Okay. Timestamp order was 0, timestamp order was -1. Latest timestamp 2, 0. Why wouldn't we just say, I must have just not changed the name of that to reflect. We would say if latest timestamp, yeah, I'm getting sleepy here. Chug-a-lugging this coffee, it's just not doing its thing, you know. Timestamp and then latest timestamps. Then we say if latest timestamp, which is going to be greater, is less minus the earlier and lower number is greater than 4. So if the latest one is 5 and the earliest is 1, sent at 1, and this one is sent at 5, then 5 minus 1 is 4. So then it would be greater than or equal to 4. Okay. And then we say for toop in current client.dirtcheck timestamp info list copy. Toop is timestamp dirtcheck index of client object and receive object list for reference. Okay. Then current object. So we're iterating through the dirtcheck timestamp info list, but actually that one isn't sorted. So we have to make sure that one gets sorted. So sorting does take like, I don't think there's really a super like easy just single iteration method, one and done way to do this. I think we have to do something like this where we create a second list. But that still okay. Well, actually, what we could do here is we could say okay, let's see. What if we said for timestamp in timestamp order list, then we would say current object equals current client dot receive object list, but then we would have to reference the timestamp info list Okay, I'm thinking of an alternative. Like, what if we made the DirtCheck timestamp info list a dictionary and instead had the timestamp be the key, and an integer would be, or a float is an immutable object, so you could have the float be the key, and then we could have, well, but then we would like honestly, I'm not sure how that works. If you were to say this would be the key and then this would be the value, like, could you just write it with the comma? Or like, would it then say it was a list? Would it say it was a tuple? I think it would just throw an error like that. We would have to make this either a list or a tuple or something, which means then you would have to access it through the value and then the index of the value, and that just seems like extra work and confusing to read. So I don't like that idea, actually. Gotta use the restroom really quick. Plug in my light, my lamp. I had to redid all my computer cords and stuff, and everything got unplugged and replugged in differently. And my little overhead lamp. It's like my fake sun. Okay. So I don't want to do that thing I said about making this a key and then this a value, because that's just like too many layers of like indices, and it's too complex, and that's like very much asking to create bugs, because just it's difficult to reference objects in that way, especially like recursively when you're already dealing with like tuples, you know. So so the question is, like, I'm happy with this, I'm happy with having two lists, I'm happy with sorting the timestamp order list, but like, what if there's a custom, what if there was, like, honestly, we could just make a function. I'm trying to think, is there a way to where I could just sort this timestamp info list, you know, based on Tup 0. That's really all I want to do, you know. And I just wondered if there was a simple, like, you know, function or something, like a sorting a different is this multi-sort, sorted data. Oh, here's what, okay, here we go. Look at this. Oh yeah, that's right, I also need to remember, does sort goes in ascending order, is this right? Let's see. Sorts those in place using only less than comparison between items. Exceptions are not specified. Okay. Sort accepts two arguments that can be passed by keyword only arguments. Key specifies a function of one argument that is used to extract a comparison key from each list element. For example, key equals string.lower. The key corresponding to each item in the list is calculated once and then used for the entire sorting process. value of none means that list items are sorted directly without calculating a separate key value. I don't really understand that. Let's read that again. Key specifies a function of one argument that is used to extract a comparison key from each list element. Okay, is that what I'm looking for? Like, is this key the key corresponding to each item in the list is calculated once and then used for the entire is calculated once and then used for the entire sorting process. The default value of none means that list items are sorted directly without calculating a separate key. Reverse is a Boolean value. If set to true, then the list elements are sorted as First is Boolean value. If set to true, then the list elements are sorted as if each comparison were reversed. So if it's guaranteed to be stable, a sort is stable if it guarantees not to change the relative order of elements that compare equal. This is helpful for sorting in multiple passes. For example, sort by department, then by salary grade. Okay. Okay. A simple ascending sort is very easy. Just call the sorted. So it's ascending, which means the lowest value is gonna be first. So if we want the lowest value first, earliest is gonna be the lowest number, and the latest is gonna be the highest number, which means the timestamp order list after we call .sort on it that means that the timestamp order list at index 0 is going to be the lowest number, which is going to be the earliest number, which is the earliest timestamp. So that's correct. Okay, so we have that. We didn't have that opposite. I was just making sure about that. And I'm going to put a comment here just to remember that. We'll put remember that .sort outputs in ascending order. I.e. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Alright. But as far as this whole key thing works, I'm not sure I understand that correctly. Let me just keep reading for just a second, then I'll go back to that. Let's where is it? Where is the sort method? Okay. You can also use the list.sort method. It modifies the list in place. Okay, so that's only for lists. And are we sorting a list? Yes. Well, yeah. Even that is a list. Even the info list so is a list. Okay. So sort method. It modifies the list in place and returns none to avoid review. Slightly more efficient, and we don't need the original list. so we can use .sort. Another difference is that the list.sort method is only defined for a list. In contrast, the sorted function accepts any iterable. Okay, good to know. Have a key parameter specify a function or other callable to be called on each list element prior to making comparisons. For example, here's a case-sensitive string comparison. Okay, I see. So this yeah, this like calls a function on the for each iteration through the list. For each element, it executes this key function prior to comparison. So that means if we were to set the key parameter to like, couldn't we, so we would have to make a function, or could we reference it directly? Could we just say key equals it's got to be a function or other callable to be called on each list element prior to making comparisons? Yeah, so it basically has to be a function or callable, and I don't think like if we just put key equals if we put key equals like element at index 0, that's not going to, you know, work. So I think what I need to do is make a little test for this. So what we'll do is we'll put this on one side. First I will go to testing, and then we will open up test reminders. We're going to go all the way to the end, and we can, right here, we'll put for this. So what we're doing is we're going to create a list called L, and L is going to have a list of, we'll just do tuples, and then the first one will be float. We'll just say 0.2345 6. There's 1, 2, 3. And then the second element is going to be we'll say A, and then a string, and then the third element is going to be an integer, and so forth. Okay, so now we'll put 3 of these. So we're going to have a list of 3 tuples, which is almost identical to the 4 or 4, 5, 3, 4, and this one will be B, and then 2, and then this one will be 4, 5, and C, and 3. So now we have a list that consists of 3 tuples with each element at index, each element at index 0 being a float, then each element at index 1 being a string, each element at index 2 being an integer. So then we can, for x in L, or what do you say, for tup in L, or actually no, we don't want to do that. We want to say L dot sort. So we're going to call the sort method on it, and first we have to create a function. So we have to create f equals, or rather say def f, and this will take in the x, and when it takes in x, which that's going to be the element. So as it's sorting, it's iterating through the list, and it's going to grab each element from the list, which means it's going to grab each tuple. So x is basically going to be the tuple. So we're defining a function that takes in each tuple, and what we want to do is we want to return x at index 0, which will return for each one, for each element, or for each tuple, it will return the float 0.23, and then it will return the float 34, and then it will return the float 45. And if I'm correct in my understanding of how this key parameter works, then it will sort the list L based on these elements at the indices 0, meaning it's only going to compare these floats, and it's going to organize the entire list based on these floats. So it would sort it. We would expect it to have the same order. We would expect it to be 23, 34, and then 45. So it should equal, L should be exactly the same after we call sort on it using this key. And so we would say key equals, and then it would just be F. So I guess that's how we would type it, because you don't put the parentheses, at least I don't think you do, because I just looked and I didn't see that. Make sure I have that right. Where is it? Okay, yeah, key equals string.casefold, and casefold is going to be a function or a method. So stringfold. Oh, not stringfold. Casefold. Yeah, so it's a method. Yeah, so we just write it out straight up like this, so that should be correct. And now we're gonna go ahead and run it. So we'll cd to canasta/testing, and then we'll do pi test reminders.py. Oh yeah, and then we want to print L. And okay, well, that it looks like it worked, but just to verify that it worked, we will put them out of order. We'll actually put them just all mixed up, so we'll put the highest number in the middle, the middle number first, and then we'll put the lowest number last. So it's now a tuple 0.34 B and 2, then 0.45 C and 3, and then 0.23 A and 1. So it should return after we do sort. L should be structured in order, ascending order based on this float value at index 0. So let's print that, and wow, it looks like it works. And yeah, I mean, that's like, can we actually print, like, can we just print L.sort and it would like show us, let's see, can we do that? Okay, so it returns none, so that actually doesn't work, but it looks like it's working. And I mean, yeah, because it's returning the sorted based on index. And let's actually, just to make sure it's grabbing the right thing, we'll print x0 so that we know it's, yeah, so it's iterating through and it's grabbing 0.34, then 0.45, then 0.23, and then what we're getting returned is 0.23 A1, and you can see that it is not mixing up the elements, it is keeping them together. So it's 23A and 1, then it's going to be 34B and 2, and then 45C and 3. So it moves the last to the first, or rather the first to the middle, the second to the last, and the last to the first. So it is successfully sorting it. So now we know that that is the way to do it, and it looks like this should work for what we're trying to do. So I'll put a reminder here that when using .sort, which returns in ascending order, the key param will sort the key param which is equal to any callable function allows you to call that key function on each element in the list as it iterates and sorts based on what that function returns. Pretty cool, and is exactly what we needed. And I'll put the date because that's something that's always good. Okay, and that's perfect. That's exactly what we needed to do. My back's starting to hurt, of course. Time starts to go by faster as I'm working faster and making more progress. It's almost dinner time. Okay, now moving forward, we can go ahead and apply this to our project. So let's go back over here, and this means we don't have to have a timestamp order list at all, and you know, should we go back and name the timestamp order list the order list, or I think I'll go back and name it the order list, since we're not going to actually have the order list. We're not even going to use it. So I'm not gonna undo all of that. I'll just do what I did before, and I will search for all instances of DirtCheck timestamp info list, and now we're going to replace that with we're going to replace that with DirtCheck timestamp order list as it was before, and we'll go to occurrence number 1, and we are going to make sure we don't have any extra spaces or anything like that from the beginning to the end. Don't know how that happened, but it did. Okay. And now just double check. No space at the beginning, no space at the end, no space at the end. So we want it. Place. 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 That's pretty good. We can exit out of this. Alright. So we're going to go back up to this top section that we were working on. And mosquitoes in the house. Damn! I had to hit him 3 times to kill him. Okay. Got his ass though. Bastard. Remember that sword. Alright. Put below line created 3.8.24. Sorts the check timestamp order list, and that is for the current client, which is what we want, using dot sort with the key param equal to a custom function which sorts based on the timestamp only. Timestamp float value only. Put note, remember that sort outputs are the same. Okay, and then we'll change this to be current client.dirtcheck timestamp order list.sort, and we're gonna say key equals. Couldn't we just say lambda? Could we do a lambda? I don't use lambda. I just don't. Lambda. Honestly, like, I don't really use the lambda because I just forget how to use it. Python lambda. Lambda function is a small anonymous function. A lambda function can take any number of arguments but can only have one expression. So add 10 to argument A. Okay, so A is the argument, and then the function is A plus 10. So we could do lambda and then we'll just say f for float, or rather it's actually the T for tube. So we would say tube, and then what we want it to return or execute is tube at 0. And now if we try this test again, using the lambda, let's see if that works. Try it again, and it does work. You can only have one, so it can only have one expression, meaning like we couldn't say print and then do tube 0. We couldn't say print tube 0 and turn tube 0. Yeah, it's a syntax error, positional argument. Wait, did I just... No, that's right. Yeah, it just doesn't, like, that's not how lambda works. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so that works. It returns 0.23 A1, 0.34 B2, 0.45 C3. And just to make sure, we're going to add some more numbers to it. And still 23123 A1, 3413 B2, and then 45123 C3, which is what we wanted. Okay, cool. So using lambda, we'll use lambda then, since it's one line. We'll just say key equals lambda tube, and then return to 0, because we're iterating through the dircheck timestamp order list, which consists of tuples where tube 0 is the timestamp value, and yeah, so in this case each element is going to be the tube, and that's the arguments, which the argument is each element, and what it's going to compare is what that lambda returns for each element, and what that lambda returns is going to be tube 0, which is going to be the timestamp value, which is the float. So we should have no problem triple check it. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Great, awesome. Alright, so now we are absolutely sure it will work. I forgot to comment it back out though. sleepy. Okay, 12 minutes till dinner. Yeah, we'll crank out these last 12 minutes. Okay, so this is right, I believe. We have the receive object list, we append the data to it, we iterate through the timestamp list. When we do that, we are appending the data to the timestamp order list, then we sort the timestamp order list using the key lambda, and then it returns tube 0 because this is each element. Each element in the list is going to be a tuple, and then we're going to sort based on what it returns, which is the timestamp value, which is the float. So that should work. Okay, now I can get rid of this line. Don't forget to change your check. Okay, yeah, we don't need that because we're not doing that anymore. And put this data transfer modification created. All right. We have earliest timestamp is timestamp order list. Actually, we need to fix that to be what it previously was, and I'll just undo so I can see right here. There we go. So this is, copy this. Now we redo all of our changes. Alright. And now we can go right here. And I'm pretty sure we copied from earliest timestamp. Let's see. Current client.dirtcheck timestamp info list. No, it's not info list because we fixed the name back to order list, and let's just make sure we spelled it right by highlighting it. Yep, it is spelled correctly. Current client.dirtcheck timestamp order list at index 0. At index 0 because now it's sorted in ascending order, meaning that the earliest value is going to be first because it's the lowest. As time goes on, the number goes greater. So earlier means lower, and since it's in ascending order, index 0 would be the lowest or the earliest. And index 0 grabs the tuple, and then index 0 the second time grabs the first element in the tuple, which is the timestamp float value. Then we do the same thing with latest timestamp, except we want to reference the current client dirtcheck timestamp order list at index 1 because this will grab the last item in the timestamp order list, which will be the since it's sorted based on these timestamp values, that means the last entry element in the order list is going to be the greatest since it's in ascending order, which means it's the latest, and that means we grab that timestamp value at index 0, and there we go. So now we have the earliest timestamp, the latest timestamp, it has been sorted, and then we compare the latest timestamp with the earliest timestamp. If the bigger number, like say 5 minus 1, which is 4, is greater than or equal to 4, which is correct, then it would enter into this if clause, and it will say for tup in the order list.copy. So we create a copy of the order list so as not to disturb the order list as we iterate through it, and we assign the current object equal to the receive object list at tup2, and tup2 is the third element in the list of the order list, that is, and that is going to be the index of the client object in the receive object list, which we then we access the current client's receive object list via that tuple, and it's going to be the index associated with it, so it will grab that inc data client object, and that is exactly what we want. So correct object will be assigned properly. Then we say if current object ID is equal to the current client's ID, current or other equals current, and then other client arg is equal to false, because since the ID is equal to the current client ID, we are not dealing with the other client, we are dealing with the current, so other should be false, which is correct. Then elif current client object ID is not equal to the current client ID, then we know that current or other should be other. We're dealing with the other object, so other client arg is going to be set to true. Then we would say if tup1, which is going to be the directory string, is equal to player, or tup1 is equal to game, then if tup1 is equal to player, then the object2 arg is going to be current game. If tup1 is equal to game, then if current or other is equal to current, we say object2 arg equals current client. If current or other is equal to other, then object2 arg is equal to other client. Now, object1 arg equals let's see. Okay, object1 arg equals the evaluation of current or other plus underscore plus tup1, which would either be the string current or the string other plus underscore and then plus tup1, which is going to be the directory string, so that would be current player or current game, or other player or other game as a string, but it evaluates it so it actually accesses the object. I believe that is correct. And then elif tup1 is equal to deck. Object1 arg is going to be master deck. If current or other is equal to current, object2 arg equals current game. If current or other is equal to other, object2 arg equals other game. And if tup1 is equal to locations, object1 is locate. If current or other is equal to current, object2 arg equals current client. And if current or other is equal to other, we actually just pass because we don't use an object2 arg, and in that case object2 arg would simply be set to, well, we don't even need it in that case, so it's not even going to check for it. And then well, hold up, object2 arg, don't we have to assign object2 arg though? Like, wouldn't we just say, like, because when we call this dir check, we always pass the object2 arg, but if object2 arg in the case of locations being tup1 and current or other equaling other, then we would not assign the object2 arg. Let me see. So we're looking for if it's locations, and yeah, so we actually would have to assign object2 arg here. We would just like, so this means that in the dir check call for locations and other, it's not even going to check it. Is that true? So say if locations and receive is equal to true, then we're gonna say if receive is equal to true, but if other client is equal to true. So yeah, when it's false, we do have object 2. When other client is equal to false, but we're talking about when other client is equal to true. So if other client is equal to true, then we don't actually use object 2, and that's what we're really looking for, is object 2. So then we're going to say for item in A directory, if receive is true, which it would be, then we would be looking for skeleton deck dig. That's not locations. And then skeleton player dig, that one is not. So we're actually looking for any place where locations is used when it's called. So this one is used as game. Skeleton click card, that's game. Skeleton draw card, that's game. It's player, I'm sorry. Your click card might be player, but anyway, it's not locations. And then illustrator is in locations other client is equal to false. So this is only in the case of when other client is equal to false, but if other client is equal to true, we do not actually. So if illustrator is not equal to game, okay, or other client is equal to true, which would apply in this case. Yeah, we don't access object 2 at all. Yeah, so I think we're good. So what we would do for this part is we're collapse that section again, and now it's time for me to stop. But I was like on a roll here, figuring this out. So this is gonna be the last thing I do. What line was I working at? Okay, it was for right here. Okay, so we don't want to say pass because we do still have to have object 2 assigned. And if object 2 is not assigned whenever current or other is equal to other and location 2.1 is equal to locations, then once it gets here, when it calls this, when it executes line 685, the stir check call, it's going to throw an error because it's going to say object 2 is not assigned. So we have to assign it, but what we're going to do is we're just going to say object 2 equals and we'll just put locations other not used, like to get our attention, just in case for whatever reason I overlook something or we change something in the future, and then like when it does throw an error or whatever because object 2 isn't assigned correctly, it'll show like object 2 equals locations other not used. What the fuck's up with that? And then I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember, duh, that was when I did when I assigned object 2, blah 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 blah. So what we'll do is we'll update the comment so that it says and we'll just need to say modified on 3/8/24, and there goes the rain. It's raining its ass off right now, and my windows in my house are open. It looks like we got some of that angular rain, some of that sideways rain. Doesn't look like big old fat rain, but it does look like some rain that seemed to just come right from the side. And it doesn't look like that big old fat rain that seem to come jump right up from under your chin. Nope, not that kind of rain. I'll probably have to go close my windows though, because it's coming at a slight angle. Okay, so we're going to actually stop right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to eat. And I'm going to come back after I eat. And I'm just going to finish this. And I'll put right here. Stop. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's just rained its ass off for about 30 seconds. That was like a 1/4 inch of rain, dude. In like 30 seconds, bro, I swear. Okay, time to eat. Because I'm hungry. Hungry as hell. Dinner time. Chicken. Green chicken salad. Green chicken salad, dude. With the strawberries.
Pitbull's treating me, my love, now you know. All we need is just showing up, so I know you like what we're doing right now. We'll try to keep the fire burning for you, bruh. Pitbull's treating me, my love, now you know. All we need is just showing up, so I know you like what we're doing right now. We'll try to keep the fire burning for you, bruh. Pitbull's treating me, my love, now you know. All we need is just showing up, so I know you like what we're doing right now. We'll try to keep the fire burning for you, bruh. Pitbull's treating me, my love, now you know. All we need is just showing up, so I know you like what we're doing right now. We'll try to keep the fire burning for you, bruh.
Okay.
I'm back. For now.
Okay, I'm gonna try and finish this section, and I'm gonna go ahead and stop after this because you know it's late. I wanna chill. It's time to chill. So we have to fix this comment. Okay, so we'll say currently this dir check call does not utilize object 2, so we are leaving this as an attention grabbing string. Just in case it is used at some point. Some point in the future. I mean, that's fine. So currently this dir check call does not utilize object 2, so we are leaving this as an attention grabbing string just in case it is used at some point in the future. Since the below dir check always passes the object 2 arg, it has to be assigned something. It can that's saying the same thing twice. Okay, so we stopped there and now we're back, and let us move forward. And that would entail, see, good thing I reviewed this, right? Because, you know, well, it would have thrown an error, but I could add more time to my chicken. Sorry. add some time to my chicken. Okay. Alright, so we did that. We reviewed it. We noticed that there would have been a bug. And then, if 2.1 is equal to locations, game ID arg equals none. If 2.1 is not equal to locations, game ID arg equals current game ID. So then we actually make the directory check call with directory string equal to 2.1, which is correct. Client equals current object. Object 1 equals object arg. Receive is going to always equal true in this case, and then object 2 equals object 2 arg. Other client equals other client arg. Game ID equals game ID arg. Cool. Good. And then we delete the current client the timestamp order list at index 0, which is the one we just iterated through. Isn't that right? Isn't that what we're iterating through? Yeah, we're iterating through a copy of the timestamp order list. So now we say delete receive object list, and that deletes the earliest entry, which we just but wait a second, wait, hold up. Okay, yeah, this is just the timestamp for the dir check, isn't that right? Don't we have 4 timestamps? A timestamp for each directory check? Is that right? Yeah, so okay, yeah, so we do it one time before each directory check. We assign the current time, and then we append the current time to the timestamp list. So that's great, that's what we want. Now we can, yeah, we verify that's right. Then we say delete receive object list entry bool is equal to true, which is starts off as true, and then we iterate through the order list, and if the order to at 2, which is the object's okay, yeah, so then we iterate through the order list and we check to see if any of those tuples have the same index, which is basically saying the same client object that we received. And if we find one that does have the same index value, then we say delete receive object list entry bool. We change it to false. We say do not delete it, and then we break out, because as long as we have one match for that object within the order list, we don't want to get rid of it. But then here's the deal. What if... Okay, so I'm just thinking, like, what if... Wait a second, hold up. Do I have this... I just realized something. Well, I just thought about something. Do I have this in reverse order as far as the time? timestamp order list. Hold on. I'm questioning. So the timestamps are going to be ordered in ascending order. That means the lowest, which is the earliest, and then it's going to end with the latest. Okay, yeah, we want to apply what was sent over first, which would have the earlier or lower timestamp. So yeah, we do want to apply it from earliest to latest. Okay, but hold up. So okay, I see. Okay, I'm not okay. Yeah, I have this coded wrong. This is not right, because currently as it's coded, what's gonna happen is we're going to grab, we're gonna iterate through the timestamp order list, and we're gonna apply everything hold on, let me just think about this for a second. Okay, so let's say we get 4 different objects in 5 different objects, each a second apart. By the time we get to the 4th object, okay, let's say we have 6 objects, a second apart. By the time we receive the 5th object, so we receive object 1, I'll just write this down. We'll say object 1 at 1, and then object 2 at 2, object 3, we'll just copy and paste this, and then object 4, 5, 6, and then at 4, 5, and 6. So it's only been, now at this point it's been 0 seconds, and then at this point it's been 1 second, at this point it's been 2 seconds, at this point it's been 3 seconds, at this point it's been 4 seconds, because since this was sent at 1, this is the earliest, and then this was sent at 5. When it checks this, the object 5 will be the latest timestamp, and the earliest timestamp will be 1, so 5 minus 1 is greater than or equal to 4, which is it's exactly 4. So we would then iterate through the entire order list, but what we really want to do, we don't want to apply, because as it currently stands, we would apply, let's say at this point we would apply object 1 through object 5, but we received object 5 at this point in time. It's only been 1 second, so we don't want to apply this data yet. We don't want to apply any of this. The only data that we would want to apply is object 1. And we'll put this is actually the only true eligible dir check for application if going by the 4-second rule. We should not apply the other objects until it has been 4 seconds since they were received. Okay. Okay. So okay, so we receive the object, we append it to the receive object list, we iterate through the timestamp list. From the received data, we apply each dir check to the order list. Then we sort the order list, and then we grab the earliest timestamp in the order list and the latest timestamp in the order list, and then we check to see if it's been 4 seconds from the latest to the earliest, which is how, you know, that up until this point everything's right. But we don't want to apply all of the objects in the timestamp order list at this point. At this point, we actually would just want to apply. Well, so I'm thinking, like, really, I mean, honestly, once we check that, we could just say apply the earliest timestamp. Only the earliest timestamp. Only that one. Don't apply any other, because, you know, it's only been 4 seconds that have passed between this object and this object. So you don't apply all of these, you only apply this one. Because it's only been 4 seconds for this one. And then a second later, then you can apply that one. A second later, then you can apply that one. So here, we don't want to iterate through the order list. Okay, I think I see the best way to do it right here. So what we would do at this point is then we would say, and I'll just put a note right here. Well, I'm not even gonna put a note because I'm gonna change it like quickly. We're gonna say 2, and then we'll put like, well, then we will well, actually, then we would iterate through the order list. We would say for tuping current client, but we don't need a copy of it. We can just literally iterate through the list, and then we would say, I'll put need to now, or we'll say now we should iterate through the order list to filter out only the data that has a timestamp greater than or equal to let's say 4 seconds greater than 4 seconds later than the I'm sorry, only the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds later than the earliest timestamp. Isn't that right? Yeah. We want to filter out only the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds later than the earliest timestamp, because that means it has been 4 seconds since we started, like, the benchmark, which is the earliest timestamp. So yeah, you want to apply the data only after it's been 4 seconds to allow for any lagging data that should actually precede that earliest timestamp. For only the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds later than the earliest timestamp, and apply only that data. Yeah, that's right. So we iterate through the order list, and then we say if toop 0, which is the timestamp, minus, well, so if the toop 0, if the timestamp is greater than or equal to the earliest timestamp by how many? By like 4. So if toop 0 is greater than or equal to the earliest timestamp okay, let's say the earliest timestamp is 1, or would you say 0? So if the earliest timestamp is 0, or we'll say 1. If the earliest timestamp is at 1 second, and toop 0 is at 5 seconds, that means it's been 4 seconds. So if toop is 5, and which actually, I mean, we could do it in reverse, but like, yeah, we could do it in reverse, because we'll say should iterate in reverse, because most likely only a couple will meet the criteria, plus once you once you hit a timestamp that doesn't meet the criteria, that means none of the rest will meet the criteria. Okay, and that is, I think, correct. So we should iterate in reverse, because most likely only a couple will meet the criteria. Plus, once you hit a timestamp that doesn't meet the criteria, that means none of the rest after that will meet the criteria, since it is ordered already. It is ordered already at this point, right? Yeah, it's already ordered. Okay, so we iterate for toop and current client at dirtcheck timestamp order list, and they'll say in reverse, and then if toop 0, which is, let's just say 5, is greater than, so let's just say at this point, let's just say toop is 5, and the earliest timestamp is 1, and we're waiting to see if it's 4 seconds difference, then that means it would have to be greater than or equal to the earliest timestamp plus plus 4, right? So yeah, if it's been 4 seconds since the earliest timestamp, apply the data. Yeah, if it's been 4 seconds since the earliest time, since that earliest timestamp relative to the one that we're checking, then apply the data. So in this case, if toop 0 is 5, 5 would be equal to the earliest timestamp if it was 1 plus 4, because the earliest timestamp happened at 1 second. This one happened at 5 seconds, so you know it's been 4 seconds, because we did 1 plus 4, so we gave 4 seconds. So if it's greater than or equal to 4, I'm pretty sure that's right, then we want to put checks to see if current data or timestamp is 4 seconds after earliest timestamp. Yeah. Okay. Then we want to apply, or not apply the data, but actually, so we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Create. We'll call this the actual apply list. We can change the name later. So then we say actual apply list equals blank list, and then for timestamps that meet the 4-second criteria at this point in time. Okay, now actual apply list, so then we're iterating through it, and check to see if current size 4 is 2 So then at this point we want to say actual apply list dot append, and we want to append what do we want? Like, how do we? Okay, we just say tuple, right? Yeah, you say append tuple, because we're iterating through the order list in reverse. If that tuple, that element, that entire element, or if that timestamp, which is tuple0, is greater than the earliest timestamp, 1 plus 4 equals 5, 5 is equal to 5, then we append to the actual apply list that element from the order list, which is tuple in this instance. So yeah, that's good. And then after that, we would at this point we would want to apply from the actual apply list. Apply all entries or in the actual apply list. Now, okay, and then what? Entries in the actual apply list. So that means we would change this. We would not iterate through I'm sorry, I think 2 actually. 1 is for proposed, 2 is for 2 is for like will probably be removed, will probably be replaced by another option, which is the single pound, and then the double pound means probably will be replaced. So this, we wouldn't iterate through the order list. We would instead iterate through the apply list. So then we say for tuple in, we'll just copy the line, and then we'll say for tuple in actual well, we can make a copy. Should we make a copy of that? Actual apply list dot copy. For tuple in actual apply list dot copy, tuple equals timestamp dir string index of line object. Okay. Yeah, because the actual apply list is basically a mirrored or a sliced copy of the order list. So then we say for tuple in actual apply list, and we create a copy of it because we're going to be deleting as we go, and we don't want our deletion from the list to alter the iteration through the elements. Okay, so then things are probably going to go a little differently. Let's change the comment, and we'll say comment added to 28 begins iterating through a copy of the actual apply list to apply, and we'll actually just call this the apply list. So we'll find all instances of actual apply list. We're just gonna change this to apply list. So we'll go to check the end, check the beginning for empty spaces, make sure it matches up. Actual apply list is gonna be the apply list. That's apply list. That's apply list, and then apply list. Okay. Now, since let's just read that one more time. Begins iterating through a copy. We pop them of the apply list to apply digital data in order of timestamp. Yeah, and since we iterate through it in reverse order, then that means we would be. Wait a second. Wait, is that's not right. Hold up. Cause the No, I'm tripping. I wrote this wrong. No, wait. Okay. I'm feeling a little scrambled. I'm a little tired. I've been up since like 4:30 this morning, so it's been a long day. I drank 2 coffees. I don't really want to drink any more coffees this late. See, this is where it gets dangerous. When you're tired like this, you can make mistakes. I don't want to, because I have that feeling of like I'm making progress. I want to like finish, but I also feel time crunch. That time crunch feeling where I feel rushed because like I just want to finish it, and that's how you end up creating bugs. When you just like are like, wait, let's just hurry up and get this done. It'll make you feel good, because then you'll be able to say, oh, I finished I finished my goal, I succeeded. But if you got a bug that you're not gonna see, it's gonna take you 2 hours to debug that bug later. If you'd have just done it right the first time, it would have only taken you 5 minutes instead of 2 hours to debug, because the bug never existed. Say if tube 0 is greater than or equal to earliest timestamp plus 4. I gotta think about this real hard. Okay. Why? Let me read this first. Why should we? Okay, so if the latest timestamp is the one that like we just like, it's the last in line to be applied. It's not, that would be like object 6 at this point. So, and it helps me to think about it when I actually can visualize. So we're comparing against, we're comparing against the earliest timestamp. The earliest timestamp means it's been the longest, the most amount of time has passed relative to the earliest timestamp. So we only want to look, really, once we determine that the latest timestamp, which is 6, object 6, it has been 4 seconds since then, and let me just triple check that, because now I'm doubting that logic. Latest timestamp is 6, and earliest timestamp is 1, 5 minus 1 equals 4. So yeah, that's right. That is correct. That's logic is good. Then we create our apply list. That logic is good. But then I put we should iterate through the order list to filter out only the data that is timestamped 4 seconds later than the earliest timestamp. No. We should iterate through the order list to filter out only the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds earlier than the latest timestamp. No, okay, we definitely don't want to go through it in reverse. That's not right. We don't want to go through it in reverse. That's wrong. We do not want to go through it in reverse. I got scrambled. But we definitely don't want to go through it in reverse. Because it's ordered from earliest. Earliest is the oldest. For some, like, in my mind, when I'm thinking earliest, I'm thinking like most recent, but that's not. Earliest means the least recent. It has been a while since we've received that, which is why we would want to apply it. So we want to filter out the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds later than the earliest timestamp. Yeah, because earliest timestamp was the furthest time back. That was like a long time ago. So if it's been 4 seconds since the earliest timestamp, which the latest timestamp has, which would be object 6, but relative to the order list, this would be the first one, because it ranks it in ascending order, which means earliest or lowest number to highest. Yeah, and you want to apply the earliest data first. Okay, yeah, it gives you that 4 second cushion. Just feeling really dumb trying to think about that. So when we receive object 6, and that's part of the order list, at that point we would say, let's say this was the first time it was run, and we entered into this. There had been 4 seconds between object 1 and whatever object is the last, which at this point we'll just say is object 6. If that's the case, then we would only want to apply those timestamps, which are 4 seconds Yeah, 4 seconds after the earliest timestamp. So the earliest timestamp would be object 1. Nope, that's not right. Okay, I see. It's 4 seconds earlier than the latest. Yeah, so I did have it backwards. We want to apply only the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds earlier than the latest. Sorry, I'm getting tired, so my brain is just not working like it's supposed to. So now, okay, I had to go real slow for that one. Yeah, we should. So this is all right. This is right because it's been latest timestamp happened at 6. Earliest timestamp happened at 1. 6 minus 1 is 5, which is greater than 4. So we want to apply at that point. So in that case, now we want to say, okay, we know that object, well, let's just say the first time it happened, the first time it detected and entered into this if clause, it was at object 6. So then we want to say, okay, we know we want to apply object 1 because object 1 is the earliest timestamp. Object 6 is the latest timestamp. We know that there's been, let's see, like this, 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. Well, we know there's been 5 seconds between object 6 and object 1. There's been 5 seconds between that. That's greater than 4 seconds, so we definitely want to do object 1. But we also want to apply any object that was received 4 seconds earlier than this latest timestamp. So then we say, okay, well, we're at 5 seconds, or rather, we're at object 6 happened at 6. So then we're going to say, let's go 4 seconds earlier. So then we go to 5, 4. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we're going to apply everything from object 2 to object 1. So we don't want to iterate through the order list in reverse, because if we iterated through the order list in reverse, that means we would be checking the latest data first. And we know that, like, that's why we ordered the order list, is because the things at the beginning of the list are the things that are first in line to be applied, because they were sent or meant to be sent. Well, no, they were sent, or they had began to be sent anyway, or were intended. You know, they were processed on the server side that they originated from the longest amount of time, the longest time ago relative to any of the other objects. So we would not want to iterate through the order list in reverse order. We want to iterate it through in regular order, in forward order, not reverse order. And once we hit an object that no longer, so I'll go ahead and we'll uncomment this out because we know this is good. So we say for toop and current client.dirtcheck timestamp order list, now checks to see if the timestamp is 4 seconds after. And this is wrong. We want to check to see if actually we'll add the else here, because this else is going to be if it has not been 4 seconds since the earliest timestamp. I mean that if this timestamp is not, or in another way we'll say is not 4 seconds earlier than the latest timestamp. I keep getting that backwards. If this timestamp say if it has not been 4 seconds No, I had it right. If this timestamp was not 4 seconds earlier than the latest timestamp. Let me just say that again to make sure I got it right. If this timestamp was not 4 seconds earlier than the latest timestamp, yeah, that's the right way, because we're comparing against, at first, to determine whether or not we were going to send anything at all, apply anything at all rather. We were using the earliest timestamp as the benchmark, but now we have an opposite benchmark. And that's been where I've been confused, why I keep getting it backwards. The benchmark now for this iteration, or for this check, whatever you want to call it, well, it's not iteration, it's this check right here, this if to 0, meaning let's say this is the first one. Let's say we're iterating through the order list. we're iterating through the first element, which will be object 1. So this one is definitely in the case in our example scenario. Since object 6 is the latest and object 1 is the earliest, object 1 is going to be the first tuple we iterate through. So for the first iteration, we say if tube 0, which is going to be the timestamp for object 1, which in this case is going to be at, we just say 1, at 1 o'clock, at second 1, then we actually want to see if we got it backwards here. We want to see if it is less than or equal to, because we know it's going to be less than because it's earlier, which means it should be applied. So if 1 is less than or equal to, well, since we want 4 seconds, it would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. It would have to be 5. So the answer, whatever it's going to be, is going to be 5. So it would have to be latest timestamp, because that's what we're comparing it against. The latest timestamp. Yeah. If this timestamp is what? Is it this one is 1 and this one is 6, then the answer is going to be 5. We want to determine if this tuple is the latest timestamp minus 4. Yeah, because if the latest timestamp is 6, it happened at second 6, like if you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we received this first one, which is the earliest, at second 1, then 4 seconds later, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is the number we're trying to get to. So if the latest timestamp happened at 6, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 6. Let's just say if the latest timestamp was 4 and the one we're checking, object 1, is 1, then that means that the latest timestamp, which is 4, minus 4 means that it's been, and let's just do it this way. We'll say tube 1, and then we'll put a comment, and we'll put 1 question mark, and then we'll say the latest one is 4 minus 4, or we'll just also put question mark. So in this case, if it has been 4 seconds before latest, yeah, before / earlier than the latest timestamp. Yeah, and that is definitely correct. There's no, like, I'm finally cracking the code on this simple arithmetic logic, which actually is a little bit, it will scramble you. So if 1 is what, then the latest timestamp? It's if the current timestamp is 4 seconds before. Yeah. So if it's from this one, if it's 4 seconds before, that means it's -4. So how do we word that though? If toop 0 toop 0 is, I want to say, less than or equal to, because if it's, and let's fill this in, let's say less than or equal to, if 1 is less than or equal to, in this case we'll say the latest one is 6, so 6 minus 4, that is 2. So if 1 is less than or equal to 2, then we want to apply it. Meaning that in this instance, object 6 being the latest, which is this number here, the 6, or in reference to the actual code it would be the latest timestamp, and then -4, that would be 2. So if we go 6 and then we go up -4, 5, 4, 3, 2, that means, yeah, hey, we want to apply it. So that is the correct format of the logic. If toop 0 is less than or equal to the latest timestamp -4, which in this case both object 2 and object 1 would be applied. As we go 4 back would bring us to 2, and then 5 back would be, in this case, we would change the 1 to well, I'm sorry. In the first case, it would detect object. Well, no, because we're going in the correct order. So it would start off at 1, and it would say yes, apply object 1. That's what we want. And then the next time, the next iteration, the number would be 2. Toop 0 would be 2. And then it would say, is 2 less than or equal to 6 minus 4? And since 2 is equal to 2, it would say yes, apply that one as well. But then when it got to object 3, which happened at 3, it would then say, okay, is 3 less than or equal to 2? And it is not less than. 3 is greater than 2, which means it would not apply. And that's what we want. Okay, so we figured that out. That was complicated. and we'll just get rid of all this, and I will write so yeah, we do want to apply it in that case, and then else break, because we don't want because we know that all of the rest will definitely the rest will surely not meet the 4 seconds later rule. So then we'll put break, because there's no point in continuing iterating through it. Once we hit object 3, once we say, okay, object 3, it hasn't been 4 seconds since between object 6 and object 3. Well, we know that object 4 and 5 and surely 6, because it's the latest one, are not gonna be applied. So then instead of wasting any more time, we would just break. So yeah, this is good. Took a while for me to figure that out. So I want to make sure my comment is right. Now we should iterate through the order list to filter out only the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds before or earlier than the latest timestamp, and apply only that data. Yep, that's definitely correct. I'm like positive now. So then we say for toop in order list, and then checks to see if current timestamp is 4 seconds before / earlier than latest timestamp. That is absolutely correct. And we worded it correctly because we said if toop 0 is less than or equal to, also put this, we'll put less. It's like that's the relationship in the terminology, how you get from point A to C. So yeah, check to see if current timestamp is 4 seconds before / earlier, and then we'll just put / less. That's actually like even more clear. If toop 0, apply list append, we append the tuple, and then if this timestamp was not 4 seconds earlier, just copy less. Okay, I'm like really worried. I'm about to call it quits here. I'm gonna go these last few minutes and then it's gonna be it. Till 7. Oh man. Okay, so then we append it to the apply list, which is what we want to do. And I will actually change this. Save a line and data transfer modification. or created 3824, and we'll say iterates through the order list to filter out the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds before, earlier, less than the latest greatest highest timestamp. Okay, cool. Yeah, iterates through the order list. Filter out the data that has and then this one we'll put pretty much the same thing. Put I could just say that this is a section. I don't have to do each line. I'm tripping. So we'll say, we'll actually just say below section. Below section, and then we'll add our div. And right here, we'll say, iterates through the order list to filter out the data that has a timestamp 4 seconds, then the latest greatest highest timestamp. If so, appends the to the apply list to be applied. If not, breaks out of the loop, since we know all subsequent elements will not meet the 4-second requirement. There we go. Okay. And then what else? Cool. Yep, so for tupin order list, if tup is less than or equal to latest timestamp -4, append it to the apply list. If not, break. And then apply all entries in the actual apply list. And I'll just put stop here because that's where I'm going to stop. Put in things to do. So we actually get rid of this. And I forgot to add that line. Or comment rather. And this is not a section, this is just a line. And we'll say the list, or we'll say creates list that will be used to apply filtered data that meets the 4 seconds requirement. Now get rid of that one. There we go. Okay. So everything up until here is completely finished. All the rest of this is subject to change, and I will put note, make sure you review the section below here up until roughly line, let's just say what, up until like 658. 658, we stopped at 658. Ain't that some shit? Should be section right up until line 658. After implementing the apply list, placing the order perfect. Alright, so that was good. Now we go to things to do. Let's finish modification. What's the next thing? Check those over. Addition to tractor conflicts. That means blah blah blah. So we did that, so we can add that to our devlog. So we'll open up devlog. Put what happened? Where did the things to do go? Oh, it's over here. Let's see. It's already open. So now we'll go to devlog and we'll put created and reviewed. Sorting. Reviewed the entire data transformation sections. I added past 8%, and then we'll put created and almost finished the last bit of the data transfer modification rework after noticing that we had bad logic concerning which data should be applied. We'll say review changes from today. Everything looks doesn't sound like much, but and it really wasn't, but you know, it is what it is. 11 to 7, we really didn't, I was like gone for 3 hours, dude, so we're actually just gonna say actually honestly say 2 to 7. If I wouldn't even say I actually coded for 5 hours. It was, anyway, we'll say 5, whatever. I don't think it was even that much. I spent so much time AFK having to deal with the kids and stuff and other things. It just didn't work out today. as far as time. So now we're going to CD, we're going to get branch, we're on secondary. Last thing we wanted to do is update the things to do. We remove this because we finish it, and what we actually need to put is finish rework at lines number 600 to we'll say like 660, and then we'll put stopped at line number, was it 658? Not 658. I'm sorry. Yeah. No. We stopped at 645. At 645. Okay, now we're completely done, and I can go ahead and do git add, git commit, and our message is going to be our devlog, and then we'll say git push. Did it work? It says error path spec M. Oh, I forgot to put the stuff there. There we go. Okay, 4 files changed, 70 insertions, 38 deletions. Not a lot, but push origin, not origin, canasta, secondary. And that's it. See ya.